able to get jobs, improve their reading, improve their skills, come together, have some place in the community where they can go take their kids to story time.
The assumption may be that the participants of this program learn skills like how to register for a library card, or how to check out books, or even how to use the computer. But the truth of the matter is they learned so much more. For Elvia, what she learned changed her and her young daughter's relationship.
No one ever teaches you how to read to a child. So that's what stuck with me.
We would do story time, adult story time, but I felt that was always a good way to kick off a program.
My daughter loves books, so when I went to see her that weekend, that clicked in my head like, oh, the library ladies. And then so I did that, and my daughter was like, wow, and this one, and this one. So she was like super excited.
But today, Elvia is the excited one. With the help of librarian-turned-friend Jackie Welsh, Elvia is printing out those divorce forms, just the latest step in her grand plan for a fresh start on life.
The 8-month Pathways pilot program ended after its initial grant funding ran out. The hope is to secure further support to continue the program. The North Hollywood community came out in full force recently to make a bold statement in support of some very brave kids. Yana Kay has more.
Melissa Bumstead is shaving her hair to show support for her daughter who has been fighting leukemia.
I asked her, how would you feel, Grace, if I were to shave my head? And she said, Mom, you look just like me. And I had to do it.
Melissa is one of several dozen community members who came out to get their heads shaven to benefit the St. Baldrick's Foundation, a volunteer organization that raises funds for children's cancer research.
It feels strange, but it feels really empowering. Last year, we felt like we were just fighting for her life. We lived in the hospital for over 100 days, in addition to outpatient treatment. And it feels like I finally have a way to give back to the people who've helped us through our journey and to help the families who are coming behind us to fight cancer.
The 13th annual event, which took place at Fire Station 89 in North Hollywood, is put on each year by members of the Los Angeles Fire and Police Department.
I come out, I shave my head. It's just, it's for a great cause.
Over the 13 years, the foundation has raised nearly $800,000 and shaved over 2,000 heads, including more than 100 females. And many of the participants have their own personal stories to tell.
I've been involved in this for 13 years since my own son had cancer when he was 4. He's a healthy 16-year-old now.
Officials say this is the 5th year in a row the foundation has raised more than $100,000, providing for medical advancements to help fight the disease.
For a disease such as neuroblastoma, which is a very specific cancer that children can get in their abdomen, St. Baldrick's allowed the development and the approval by the FDA of a new life-saving drug.
St. Baldrick's hopes to continue the tradition, providing hope and one day a cure for all children's cancer. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
The goal for St. Baldrick's is to hit the $1 million mark. Each year, the city's team of engineers work to get a new generation interested in building things. Anna Marcos takes us to the annual LA Regional Bridge Building Contest.
Today, they build miniature bridges of wood. Tomorrow, it could be LA's latest concrete and steel creations. You just might be looking at the city's future engineers.
What we do is that we have to make it as light as possible and see how much weight it can hold.
25, 27, 29, 29 kilograms!
The City of LA's Bureau of Engineering and the American Society of Civil Engineers are sponsoring the 14th annual LA Regional Bridge Building Contest, which has drawn students from 11 LA high schools.
They're very motivated. They work hard over a number of months to prepare these bridges. A Bureau of Engineering mentor is assigned to each school to help guide them through the design, construction, and planning process.
Even when the bridges shatter, the students say, it makes for great learning.
The faces were really strong, but the top was really, it was pretty weak. Yeah.
For the city and its engineers, it's a chance to teach the next generation.
Anything in a public right-of-way, bridges, streets, streetlights, sidewalks, all of that is public works. It's essentially how we build our city.
And hopefully it's a chance to get some of these students in an engineering frame of mind.
Someday you will be an engineer, right? How many want to be an engineer? There you go. Wow, great.
We are trying our hardest, of course, to reach out to more minorities and more female engineers at an elementary level, at a middle school level, and at a high school level.
The trophies and ribbons are great, but the contest doesn't end here. The top 2 bridge contest winners will go on to the international contest in Portland, Oregon, which means more chances to flex that engineering muscle. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
LAPD armored vehicles are used to stop a dangerous suspect. Trees are planted in remembrance of the mass shooting in Paris, and 3 LAPD officers honored for their work on Skid Row. These stories in City Beat.
Friday, April 10th, Metropolitan officers were part of a coordinated effort which used police SUVs and armored vehicles to end a lengthy pursuit of an armed suspect who carjacked a Toyota Prius taxi. Days after the pursuit, law enforcement officials told the media armored vehicles are deployed only after careful scrutiny and after certain criteria are met.
The suspect was an armed suspect that was driving around, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, specifically when schools were getting out, putting a lot of people at risk. The community was certainly running up to the window, and it was putting us in grave danger.
Officers say this was only the second time these armored vehicles were deployed in a pursuit scenario. The first time was back in November in East LA during the pursuit of a murder suspect. Councilmember Tom Labange joined the Consul General of France recently to plant trees at the bird sanctuary at Griffith Park in remembrance of the victims of the shooting in January in Paris. In January, 17 people were killed by religious extremists in attacks at the Charlie Hebdo satirical magazine offices and at a kosher grocery store. Since the attacks, thousands in France have gathered at demonstrations calling for peace and unity. 3 LAPD officers who work on Skid Row were recently honored by the California State Senate. The officers are Dion Joseph, Delano Hutchins, and Andre Linné. They received California State Senate resolutions from Senator Isidore Hall. The Safer Cities initiative launched in 2005 with 50 officers working the 50-block area of Skid Row, addressing quality of life issues for residents. Today, there is 1 lieutenant, 7 sergeants, and 50 officers assigned to the project.
The drive is on to raise money for more music, dance, and art programs in underserved communities. Gil Reyes reports from Arts Day LA at City Hall.
Students from Ramon Cortinez School in downtown benefit from arts programs that are too often lacking at other campuses. That's why the group Arts for LA is raising money. They pitch the creative and financial benefits of courses like this at every campus.
We need to address inequities, and our work here is to figure out how to partner to make more resources available.
Hundreds gathering at LA City Hall's Rotunda for Arts Day LA, recognizing the impact of LA's creative industries, which supply 1 in 7 jobs throughout LA County and $5.7 billion in annual tax revenue.
Economics aside, Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Aloe Black says there are social benefits too, especially in a city as diverse as ours.
There's so much that arts does for youth and for cultural diversity and communicating across cultures and diverse backgrounds, how we all are similar. The arts help us to broach those important conversations.
Aloe Black and LA's poet laureate Luis Rodriguez are among the honorees at Arts Day festivities at City Hall. Though more donations are needed, the city celebrates new funding for mural projects to re-engage local youth. The offices of the city controller and city attorney have also discovered $10 million in unspent art development fees that could mean more money for music and dance classes, also art supplies.
And it should be accessible to everyone, no matter who you are, where you're from, or what your income level is, or what the demographic is. And that's what events like this are all about.
At City Hall, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
More donations are needed. Log on to artsforla.org to find out how. And in this week's All Valley edition of Things to Do, a 5K run with a splash of color, the YMCA Healthy Kids Day, and a garden festival.
Here's a 5K run walk that will have you feeling the love. St. Euphrasia School is holding a super groovy mini color 5K run and walk on Saturday, April 25th, starting at 8:15 a.m. to celebrate their 50-year anniversary. As you cross the finish line, you will be puffed with psychedelic clouds of color. Enjoy the good vibes and good people as you walk or run to celebrate the school's milestone. The race will be held on a flat course at Woodley Park at 6350 Woodley Avenue in Van Nuys. Kids can also join in on the fun with a 1K run at 9:30 a.m. For more information, go to nights5k.org. Also on Saturday, April 25th, is the YMCA Healthy Kids Day from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., held at the North Valley Family YMCA at 11336 Corbin Avenue in Northridge. The idea behind Healthy Kids Day is that the more support, guidance, and opportunities we give our kids, the more they benefit in the long run. There will be activities for the whole family, including a rock climbing wall, an inflatable obstacle course, a petting zoo, and much more. For more information, visit ymcala.org/NV. And over at the Homestead Acre at Chatsworth Park South, the Chatsworth Historical Society presents a garden festival that families and friends of all ages will enjoy. The festival will take place on Sunday, April 26th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. The event will include museum exhibits, quilt displays, and tea time, as well as tours of the rose gardens. Chatsworth Park South is located at 10385 Shadow Oak Drive in Chatsworth. For information on ticket prices or other details, you can call 818-882-5614. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do.
Here in Tinseltown, even a mountain lion can become famous with paparazzi hot on its trail. Last week, LA's most famous mountain lion, known as P22, was found in the crawl space of a Los Feliz home after it was believed to have crossed over the freeway from Griffith Park. And that's our This Week in Tweets. P22 first came on the radar years back when he was first spotted in Griffith Park. Scientists managed to tranquilize him and outfit him with a GPS collar and ear tags. But what ultimately cemented his fame was this photo retweeted this week by several Twitter users, including @Gizmodo, taken by wildlife photographer Steve Winter in 2013 using a remote camera which captured P22 with the Hollywood sign behind him. But last week, the photos of P22 tweeted by the likes of @CBSLA and @KPCC were less glossy. After a worker came face to face with the puma in the crawl space of the home and got the shock of his life, wildlife officials tried to coax P22 out by launching tennis balls and shooting beanbag rounds. While that didn't work, P22 eventually left the home of his own volition a day later and was tracked by GPS to a remote canyon back at Griffith Park. A facelift and the reopening of one trail in the San Fernando Valley is making a lot of horse owners happy. Anna Marcos takes us on a ride through the Foothill Boulevard Horse Trail.
Out here in these hills, they wear cowboy hats and they ride horses. It's a piece of the wild, wild west in a northern corner of the San Fernando Valley. And Councilmember Felipe Fuentes did as the locals do. He got on a horse to take a look at the grand reopening of the Foothill Boulevard horse trails.
We were able to not just clean up this trail, but we were able to repair almost a full mile of trail with this great, as you can see, buffer between the street and the horses.
This trail is a gateway to all the other trails in the mountains. And now its old wooden posts have been replaced with galvanized metal railings. They provide extra safety for joggers, traffic, horse riders, horses, and pedestrians.
This is so impressive. We've been waiting for years. This was destroyed during the Sayre fire, which was almost 7 years ago. So it's been an eyesore for a long time and almost unusable.
It's a major stepstone for Sylmar. It makes us definitely a more safety as far as reaching to our goals, which are the mountains. It's a long-awaited step.
Angelinos own between 10 to 20,000 horses, many of them in the Sylmar area.
I'm proud to say we've got more horses than any other part of the city of Los Angeles.
And now this newly reopened trail provides more vistas for those 10 to 20,000 horses and their owners to enjoy and giddy up. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
The project was done through the Department of Recreation and Parks. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook or on Twitter at LATW35. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Hey, buddy! You with the stupid hat. Come here. Closer. No parking! Do you know what happens when you park illegally on these narrow hillside streets? You block the street so emergency vehicles can't pass. Each year, homes are destroyed and lives are lost because of drivers like you who park illegally. And you know what else? You can get a citation. And you can be towed.
Help us get to the emergency. The life we save just might be yours.
How'd you know?
The ball called.
Hey, look out for the pothole.
Don't worry, Patty. This isn't going to hurt me one bit. Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Shapiro in beautiful Encino, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Open wide.
members, if you're in your offices, please report to the council chambers. I want to thank Mr. Biden Fuente. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd. I want to welcome you to your Los Angeles City Council. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 a.m. Mr. Clerk, I believe we have a quorum. Could you please call the roll?
Blumenfield, Bonner, Buscaino, Cedillo, Gooden, Fuentes, Huizar, Carrasco, Correa, Labange, Martinez, Farrell, Parks, Price, Wesson, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Englander moves and Englander seconds. No, Englander moves, Correct seconds. Next.
Mr. President, that takes us to commendatory resolutions for approval.
Okay, Mr. Buscaino moves, Ms. Martinez seconds. That brings us where?
Mr. President, items 1 through 15 are items noticed for public hearing. There is a request from the Department of Building and Safety to receive and file item 1B inasmuch as the lien has been paid in full.
Okay, so without objection on that item, that'll be the order. Cards on these items?
Yes, sir. We have cards on items 1 and 10.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Let's move to the next section, Mr. Clerk.
Very good, sir. Items 16 through 35 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for items 19, 20, 29, and 33 have been submitted and circulated for council's consideration.
Okay, 16 through 35 members. Mr. Bonin. 16 called special for Mr. Bonin. Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. For Mr. Cedillo, can we hold 30, 31, 32? And I respectfully ask for an aye vote on 19 for Commissioner Irvine. Huh?
Okay, well, we'll hold your items, and we'll get to your aye vote. Any other, Mr. Parks?
3.
I didn't hear that.
33.
33. We're not holding that? Well, anyway, let's hold it now. Let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right. Let's move on, Mr. Clerk.
Very good, sir. Items 36 through 41 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, so without objection, those items are now before this body. Do we have cards?
Yes, sir. We have cards on 38, 39, 40, and 41.
Okay, that leaves us with what?
36 and 37, sir.
Okay, let's, specials members, well, let's prepare to vote on those two items. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that brings us where?
Mr. President, items 42 through 46 are items scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
I will hold them until I have a brief discussion with Mr. Krikorian. So why don't we hold those items? And so now, where are we?
Mr. President, that would take council to presentations.
Okay, I think we're going to take we'll take up a few items before we get into our today's presentation. Take item 10. Sean Murphy, please come forward. Can we help
Item 10, I am against.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on that item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, let's move on to item 41. Anybody put on a card, fill out a card for 41? Item 41, I think it's Leah Renee. Okay, so please come forward. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Leah Renee, and I'd like to address this to Mr. Mayor Garcetti. I'm really concerned about what's happening in the city of Los Angeles. I own property in a council member Bonin's district, and I'm addressing you as the mayor pursuant to the Administrative Code 3.3, which says it shall be the duty of the mayor to be vigilant and active in the enforcement of the ordinances of the city.
Mr. President, this is a final
To
map
exercise
matter.
It is. I'm going off the map. You're changing the maps, and I'd like to make sure you are aware that the city of Los Angeles has a pattern and practice of deleting the boundaries of the map, but I want to bring it to you, and I'm very offended that the city attorney would try and shut me down. I'm here in the name of the public interest. And it's really awful that all these people rely on you to uphold the rule of law, and you don't.
Would you please stay on the item?
Okay, I'm
Deals
here
with
to bring to your attention that the city of Los Angeles is moving boundary lines. And if you do it in one neighborhood, you're doing it in another neighborhood, and that's not fair, and it's not legal. And you can see one example. Mr. Mike Bonin will take you to it, and I'll cut my time.
This
short.
item
Thank
is
you.
items. It deals with items in Council District 14 and 5. Anyway, I'm going to give you one last chance to.
And
Now,
Mr.
I don't have any more cards. Yes, Mr. Dion. Do not disrupt the meeting. I don't have a card. Yes.
These are mandatory duties that are specific to these properties. The comments of the speaker should be addressed during general public comment.
Let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Let's vote on. Oh, Mr. Koretz.
Just for the record, Mr. Herman is shouting you're out of order in the audience and trying to disrupt the meeting as
Well, no,
usual.
he is disrupting the meeting. You have a warning, Mr. Herman. Do not do that again. Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry. Are we still on this item, or because
No,
if we
go-
haven't voted on this item, go ahead and vote. I just wanted to talk about the closed session items, so when that's appropriate.
Okay, so we're going to, Mr. Clerk, vote on reconsideration, and then we're going to deal with the ordinances. Okay. All right, so let's get that vote done. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, now let's move to Mr. Clerk, reconsideration, and we can take up the ords. We have 12 members.
Yes, sir. Those would be items 3 through 9.
Okay, so let's vote. First vote is on reconsideration. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Now let's actually vote on the items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian, why don't you guide us through the closed session items?
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 42, I'd like to hold on the desk for the moment. Items 43, 44, 45 are recommendations for settlement, budget, and finance. Concurs with the recommendations of the city attorney, and those can be voted on in open session unless members have questions or concerns. Item 46 is a matter that we will need to consider in closed session.
Okay, so let's hold, was it 46 and 42? And
40.
let's vote on the remaining items. Mr. Clerk, would you like to make the announcement on these?
Very good, sir. For item 43 in the case entitled Delmi Elizabeth Fuentes et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to expend $2 million in settlement. For item 44 in the case entitled Muhammad and Roxana Chowdhury versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to expend $2.25 million in settlement. And for item 45 in the case entitled Tashana Howard versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend $1.75 million in settlement.
Okay, so now let's prepare to vote on those items. There are no questions. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, that brings us.
I'm so sorry.
Let's take up item 1. Let's bring up Mr. Walsh. cannot make up this next card. So if anybody, this might be Mr. Herman's writing, I'm not sure. And Leah Renee on item 1. And please stay on the items.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, and Jay Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. And this is item 1. This concerns hearings and protests, building and safety. As you know, building and safety, if you're a renter, you go to building and safety, they say go to hell. But their job is to protect the landlords. And here we have some very small liens of $1,400, $1,700. What we have here, $1,700 is in. What we have here is landlord protection. That's what they're being voted on here. And I'd just like to say, I've been a renter in this city since 1922. I'm 150 years old.
Okay, next speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to
Let's reset his clock.
my 1 minute time that the people here want to know why the city attorney continues to interrupt.
No, you're not on the item.
Speaking today on protests against the liens of non-compliance code violations because we, the people, demand better accountability when it comes to our homes.
Would you speak into the mic?
So, Mr. Speaker, 18746 West Sherman Way, Unit 3, 1,400 by Mr. Bloomfield. CD6, Ms. Nuri Martinez, 12118 West Allegheny Street, $1,700. How many times have we complained to you that we're sick and tired of the disruption of Krikorian standing up while we speak and want to be
you're
heard
off the item, Mr. Thank you. So you will not play by the rules. Sergeants, would you eliminate his time? Mr. Herman, if you act up again, we'll find you a seat that's not in his chambers. I've warned you 3 times already. Now, the next speaker, come forward. State your name and stay on the item.
Hi, my name is Leah Renee, and I'm a property owner in the city of Los Angeles. I'm here to talk to you today about case number 482328 for the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel. They were held accountable to an order to comply for about $500.
Mr. President, this is not
Ms.
on
Renee,
the agenda item. She could discuss that in general public comment.
Hold her time, and Mr. City Attorney, Miss Renee, hold her time. Just, Miss Renee, listen for a second. This is item number 1. No, and you have to stay, and I'm asking you, please, stay on item number 1. You're not. So let's try it again. Item number 1. Now go ahead.
I am speaking on your item number 1B. I've clicked on the website. It comes down to order to comply, notice of fee, case number 482328. Did you make a mistake and put the wrong record in your case file?
Stay on the item. Just continue.
Okay. So I'm here to talk to you about the International Church of the Foursquare Gospel. They received an order to comply in October 26, 2012. The City of Los Angeles has an arbitrary and discriminatory procedures for its orders to comply. They make people who don't have any money comply and come up here. And then very wealthy homeowners, they don't have to comply. Mr. Bonin has a pattern and practice of not enforcing orders to comply.
Stay on the item.
Council members, and so I'm here to bring this to the attention of the mayor pursuant to the Administrative Code 3.
No, you're not on the item. Thank you very much. Just for the folk that are here, just stay on the item. You get all of your time. It is one of the simple rules. Sergeants, help her find her seat. She is not on the item. Let's vote. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Mr. Bonin, did you want to take up item 16?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Burton, if you could come forward. Colleagues, this is an item that was in TCT committee. It is a reappointment of the President of the Board of Airport Commissioners, Mr. Sean Burton. Matters like this, usually when we have an exceptional commissioner, are routine, but I wanted to take an opportunity to call your attention through Mr. Burton's reappointment to some amazing things that are happening at Los Angeles International Airport. I would hazard to guess that there is not a single one of you in this room who at some time has not felt embarrassed by the condition of our airport, who has not complained at some time by the condition of this airport. I would gather that you have heard over the years that progress at Los Angeles International Airport has been stalled and that modernization is never happening, and that part of the reason for that is an ongoing war and feud between the airport and its neighbors. Well, those days are over. Under the leadership of Mayor Garcetti and with Mr. Burton at the helm at Los Angeles International Airport, that has started to change. Mayor Garcetti and I, when we came into office, we decided that the way to make things happen at the airport was start with a very sensible approach. Do the things that everybody agrees on and forget about the things we've been squabbling over for decades. That means that 95% plus of LAX modernization has been happening and is happening. And part of that is because of the great relationship we have with our Board of Airport Commissioners under the leadership of Mr. Burton. Mr. President, as Sean talks, I had a couple slides. I just wanted to illustrate to the Council
I'm very comfortable with that.
Thank you. Sean, if you could go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Bonin, and Council members for considering me here today. I'll go through these quickly. Mr. Bonin has asked us to prepare a little bit about what has been accomplished over the last few years and what's in progress at the airports. Next slide. This is an example of what we're doing today. This represents a $7 billion capital improvement program, one of the largest in the country, to upgrade and modernize LAX and bring it into the 21st century. It's everything from creation of the new midfield satellite concourse, which will have 11 new gates for A380s and 787 Dreamliners to help bring international passengers to LAX, to renovation of every single terminal within the airport, again, modernizing and bringing them up to speed for the 21st century, as well as airfield geometry. Next slide. This is the demolition of the existing South Concourse. Let's go to the next slide. This is the gates, the security lanes going into the international terminal. This is one of the biggest complaints that we had from international passengers, was how crowded it was. We now have 20 different lanes to go into the international terminals. We have a new central utility plant, $438 million. This plant is more sustainable, it is more efficient, and it is more stable. It's the backbone of what we do at the airport. We built a connector with Terminal 4 so our international passengers can speed to the domestic terminals. Forward. It's another example. Next slide. As we talked about, we are improving not just the Bradley terminal, but every single terminal. Terminal 1, for example, where Southwest Airlines and U.S. Air flies, we have a $508 million program to bring 21 new restaurants and shops, as well as taking the security lanes from 8 to 12. There's a new baggage system to make it more convenient for our passengers and a better experience. Terminal 2 is our other international terminal. We're doing similar improvements here. Westfield is our partner in helping us make this an amazing terminal. Most people talk about this when they talk about the airport. They talk about the traffic in the central terminal area. This is for safety and seismic upgrades, as well as creating additional lanes so that in the future, in 2 years when this is done, it'll be a much better experience getting into LAX. The midfield satellite concourse I spoke briefly about. As everybody in this chamber knows, when we attract a new international daily over-the-ocean flight to LAX, it brings in an additional $600 to $800 million a year to the economy. So we're spending a lot of our time and attention focused on how do we attract those international passengers and those airlines to Los Angeles. There's a lot happening that you don't see. We're spending almost $300 million on runway safety areas to make sure that we have the safest and securest airport in the country, as well as moving maintenance facilities and putting new taxiways in to make a better experience for our customers. This is something we're particularly proud of, and Councilmember Bonin took a lead on. This is a $2 million square feet entitlement that we worked on with the community very, very closely, and Mr. Bonnet took a leadership role to take the north side of LA and create an amenity for the commuter and to create economic development for the community. This is the other item that is garnered a lot of attention. This is the mayor's vision to build rail to the airport and to improve the landside access for a better experience for the community. This is an example of...
It's a shared vision.
Shared vision. It's a shared vision, Mr. Bonnet's vision and the council vision as well. This is an example of what the station will look like when we connect with the Crenshaw line, and you get on the automatic people mover. This is something called the Intermodal Transportation Facility that'll be a midway stop between the light rail station and the terminal, where we'll be able to park cars and we'll have drop-off, which will ease congestion in the central terminal area. And this is an example of, from above, what it will look like, the connection between the Metro Transit Station, the APM, and then a state-of-the-art consolidated rental car facility where we can take 17 rental car lots that are currently spread throughout the community and consolidate the vast majority of those into this consolidated rental car facility, which you'll be able to exit right from the freeway, minimizing traffic and creating a lot more convenience for those renting their cars.
So, colleagues, this is the biggest public works project in the history of the city of Los Angeles. It's being done now, it's happening, and you can see the transformation. If you have been impressed with the new Tom Bradley International Terminal, stay tuned, because we're making the rest of the airport look as good. We're also enhancing security at the airport, and we are enhancing and improving the ways people get to and from the airport. The landside access modernization program that Mr. Burton talked about is absolutely transformative. Not just the Metro connector, but the tram, the people mover that goes around the airport, and the consolidated rental car center. It is absolutely transformative. And it is absolutely worth noting and underscoring that every single project that Mr. Burton just talked about, every single project I just talked about, is being done with the support of the community. The era of the warfare is over. We're doing amazing things at the airport. I'm very proud of it, and I'm very grateful to Mr. Burton for his leadership, and I ask for an aye vote on his reconfirmation so we can continue this good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that passes. Congratulations. Mr. Krikorian, would you like to Mr. Cedillo? I want to ask you how you'd like to move forward on your two items.
I'd like to take them together.
Okay, and we want to do public comment first? Yes.
Sir in the chamber?
Go right ahead before we
thanks.
start.
In the couple front rows over here, timely since we were discussing LAX, representatives from the LAX Coastal Chamber of Commerce Leadership Academy. Could you stand? They come to City Hall, business leaders and community leaders from my district once a year and learn how to better access and leverage resources within the city. Looking forward to meeting with you later today. Welcome.
Welcome. All right, Mr. Cedillo, what we'll do 12 minutes of public comment.
Fine.
If that's okay with you, a minute each. All right, Francisca De La Rosa, Mercedes Ortiz, I think it's Max Gutierrez. Just identify yourself and go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Francesca De La Rosa with Works and the Renters Day Coalition, a group of more than 40 community and labor-based organizations. We came together last year to uplift and recognize the daily struggles LA tenants face in meeting their housing needs. And for us all not to forget, there remains tens of thousands across the city who want nothing more than to be renters themselves and to have an affordable home they can call their own. Today, on the first anniversary of the Renters Day movement, we thank you, Councilmember Cedillo, for introducing today's Renters Day motions. Today is not the end, but just the beginning. Our housing crisis is severe and requires a tenacious and steadfast commitment from all of us to resolve it. We ask you to stand again with us this year. Let's work together to take the additional legislative steps to ensure all Angelenos can afford to stay in their neighborhoods and remain in the place they call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go right ahead. Yes.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Mercedes Ortiz, and we're here on behalf of Pacoima Beautiful, representing the Northeast San Fernando Valley. We're here because we believe that everyone has the right to live in a home that's free of hazards such as lead and mold. Our community works hard to pay high rents and low-quality units. We urge the City of Los Angeles to set standards of repair so that our community members can live in safer conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have Max Gutierrez, and I think then I have a Minerva Curry and a Kentwood Jung. Yes, sir.
Marx Gutierrez, Raise the Wage LA and County Federation of Labor, here in support of the policy goals of the Renters Day Coalition. We understand that housing is the largest monthly expense for working on a working family's budget. Why just work hard to raise the wage if it's all going to go to rent? We also think that it is fair if renters pay their rent, that landlords should provide a safe and structurally sound place to live. It's only fair. Thank you very much.
Please, let's restart our time. Yes.
My home was purchased July 13, 2009 at a foreclosure sale. Although Protecting Tenants at Foreclosure Act stated that my lease was to be honored, I was given a 3-day notice and harassed with unlawful detainer lawsuits. I challenged its unlawful business practices, which resulted in retaliation. May 27, 2010, I filed a civil complaint. SC 108-184. My case was unlawfully transferred to the Central District to a defendant's attorney's former partner. I was discriminated against, treated with extreme prejudice, became very ill, and eventually unlawfully evicted, supported by forged court documents, took everything my children and I own. May 23, 2012, I filed another civil complaint, SC 117168, due to a conspiracy against my constitutional rights unfolding. The defendants were so focused on unlawfully transferring my case again, defendants entered into default. I filed requests for court judgments, which were later lost. SC 117168 is under the jurisdiction of the 2nd Appellate District.
Thank you. If I could have the next speaker. Yes, sir.
Do I start this?
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Kenwood Jung. I'm with CCED, Chinatown Community for Equitable Development. And I just want to say very quickly, in Chinatown, 94% of the population are renters. Okay, and 5 years ago, it started around the edges of Chinatown with Orsini in the north and Gia in the south and College Station on the east. But now, and I'm talking about redevelopment, luxury condos going up. Now, it's hitting right in the heart of Chinatown on Baldry Avenue. I don't know what was with 2014, but in Baldry Avenue, 4 different separate apartments were bought. Okay, and now they're being told, these tenants are being told that we're going to redevelop, you have to get out, and what good are their rights if they don't understand their rights? Our first battle is with the developers and the new owners coming in and spreading all kinds of misinformation. We need access, Gilbert. We need access. I've been trying to get to your office for a year. Please, call me.
Thank you, thank you. Do we have a Victor Butler? Victor Butler? Let's have Victor Butler go first.
Hi, everybody. I'm Victor Butler, and I'm a retired construction worker and United States Air Force veteran. I'm a very blessed man because I have not been homeless since I moved into my apartment over 25 years ago. I can afford to pay my rent because I live in a rent-controlled building, and recently the building was sold, and I didn't have to move out because of my rent control. Bye, everybody. It was nice meeting you.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, would you please stay in your seat unless you're called upon? So do I have Humberto Vasquez? Please come forward.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Humberto Vázquez. Inquilinos Unidos nos pidió que compartiéramos nuestra experiencia como inquilinos en Los Ángeles. Hemos tenido problemas con las reparaciones en nuestra vivienda, como por ejemplo reparación de piso, puertas, paredes, techo, como también pintura interiores y exteriores. A la misma vez...
Okay. Yo tengo que traducirlo.
Okay.
Tengo que traducir lo que está diciendo. Lo tiene aquí. Okay, my name is it's not working. Un momentito. My name is Humberto Vasquez. Okay, my name is Humberto Vasquez. I am a renter from Renters United. I am asking you to share with us our experience as renters in Los Angeles. We have had problems with the repairs in our homes. For example,
Reparación de piso, puertas, paredes, techo, como también pintura interior y exterior.
Repairs of floors, doors, walls, the floors, also paint, interior and exterior.
A la misma vez, estando la vivienda bajo control de renta, hemos tenido aumento ilegal en el alquiler. Así que nosotros apoyamos las dos mociones porque van a ayudar a los inquilinos en Los Ángeles como a mejorar sus condiciones de vivienda.
At the same time, we are supporting the housing and the rent control because we have seen an illegal raise of illegal rent. So we, at this time, support the two motions.
Thank you. Gracias.
You didn't finish. Because they will help tenants in Los Angeles to improve their conditions in their housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have Salvador Milano or Milano Salvador? Robert Morris? Just come forward and identify yourselves.
¿Lo tiene escrito?
Sí.
You need interpretation as well.
Sí. Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Salvador Melano.
My name is Salvador Melano.
Soy de la comunidad de Boyle Heights.
I am from the community of Boyle Heights.
Estoy con Unión de Vecinos.
I am with the United Neighbors.
Y quiero decirles que yo donde vivo,
And I want to tell you where I live,
hay muchas cucarachas,
there are a lot of roaches,
arañas de toda clase.
all kinds of spiders.
Hay también arañas negras,
There are black spiders,
ratoncitos,
little mouse.
paredes descascaradas,
There are broken walls,
mosquiteros rotos
broken screens,
y cortocircuitos eléctricos.
and there are electric shocks.
Necesito reparación de calidad,
I need to have quality repairs,
pero no quiero Mickey Mouse.
but I don't want a Mickey Mouse work done.
También estamos viviendas accesibles para, sí,
We also need accessible housing
para gente que gana menos de $24,000 al año.
for people that make less than $24,000 a year.
Y es que yo no gano más de que $1,000.
And I make no more than $1,000.
Mi esposa gana 150.
My
mensuales.
wife makes $150 monthly.
¿Qué puedo hacer yo para vivir? Ni modo que vaya a vivir a la calle.
What can I do? You want me to live in the streets?
Yo pago 740 de renta
I pay $740 rent
y aparte de mis biles.
besides my bills.
He should close right
Tiene
now.
que terminar, señor.
Sí, está bien.
That's it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir. Why don't you identify yourself? I'll find your card.
I'm Reverend Roberta Morris.
Oh, it's Roberta. I'm so
That's okay.
sorry.
It's no problem.
So sorry, Reverend. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here with the Renters Day Coalition. I'm speaking today as a priest who works closely with the homeless, and we know that we can't afford to lose any more affordable housing in this city. We have a crisis. Homelessness is a terrible fear and a reality, and in economic terms, it costs the government over $30,000 a year for every homeless person because resources go into hospitalization, arrests, scant resources instead of housing. I'm speaking today as an individual who received an eviction notice on January 8th with everyone else in my building. We are a close-knit community. We love and care for each other. People talk about us receiving a payout of $9,000, $10,000. You can't buy community. We need to nurture and preserve our communities. We need our elected officials to protect our homes, our communities. Over the past month, every month, we lose another 100 units to this Ellis Act evictions.
Thank you. Wrap it up.
We need you to create more affordable housing and support the Renters Day Coalition in fighting this evil.
Thank you very much. Elena Pop, please come forward.
Good morning.
Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Elena Pop. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called the Eviction Defense Network. I am also one of the fasters for a $15 an hour minimum wage. 70,000 evictions get filed in LA County every year. A vast majority of those rent-controlled tenancies. 2,200 of those people are represented by legal aid. That leaves 68,000 people unrepresented, and 99% of those lose their cases in court. The last line of our Pledge of Allegiance should be, with liberty and justice for some. We need a $28 an hour minimum wage in order for a renter to be able to afford an average unit in LA County. We support the Renters Day Coalition agenda, and we also call on you to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour so that our working families will have a chance to live in this city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this will be the last card. I have Sean Murphy. I don't have your card. I know that voice, but I don't have your card. I know that voice. Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Shame on these property owners. All they care about is their rent increase. I am against it.
Okay. All right, that, Mr. Cedillo, concludes general public comment. I indicated we were going to do 12. We did, I think, slightly over that. So, Mr. Cedillo.
Mr. President, thank you very much, and colleagues, thank you for your attention to this matter. As you know, today we celebrate the second annual Renters Day, but let me say to you that every day, each and every single day of this year, 7/24, 365, should be Renters Day. And I say that not as a perspective of partisanship. We appreciate the incredible work that landlords do to provide housing in the city. But the fact of the matter is that 65% of the population of the city, they're renters. And in my district, 70% of the people who live here are renters. And so with that, we're happy to welcome all the tenants who have come today. Los inquilinos, gracias por su presencia. Todos ustedes, aquí está en su salón. We welcome everybody who is here today, and we have a series of motions that we offer for you today. Our first motion deals with HCID on a report back on a higher standard repair program to address the multiple violations which take place too often, and we heard testimony with respect to that. By improving our SCEP program, we will ensure that tenants no longer have to live in substandard conditions here in the city of Los Angeles, and when and if they are repetitive violations, appropriate actions will be taken to remedy that situation. We should do no less. Secondly, we will ask to strengthen the monitoring of the city's rent-controlled units, so I'm asking HCID to update its registration form to include current rent rates. This will help the department monitor any illegal rent increases that violate the 3% allowed per the RSO. I want to thank everybody who's here today for taking your time, for coming to the chambers, and to making this the second annual Rent Day the success that it will be.
No applause.
All of us around the Horseshoe continue to advocate for additional monies to our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We are a chorus, if not anything, about affordable housing and creating the trust fund, capturing the resources, bringing the political will, and bringing the leadership that we need to make sure that this is truly a livable city. I'm happy to hear the mayor dedicate another $10 million from the general fund for this effort. But this one-time gift, we must continue to advocate for ongoing revenue streams. We must find the revenue that exists in this, one of the wealthiest cities on this earth, to make sure that we have affordability and sustainability and sufficiency in our housing stock. So today I introduce a motion that goes beyond the $10 million one-time monies, advocating that if and when we do regulate short-term rentals, we dedicate this money to our Affordable Trust Fund in perpetuity. That means forever.
Keep it down.
This is not the be-all solution, but in hard times, we must advocate for everything and ensure that everything that we can do, every little thing that we can do will add to something significant for renters, and we must do that at each and every opportunity. Members and colleagues, I ask for a yes vote on today's items. Your support in celebrating Renters Day is a look forward to a city that ensures that every person who lives here, landlords and renters, are all treated equally and with the dignity and the justice and the respect that they deserve. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilman Cedillo, for bringing this issue before us today, and I want to thank all the advocates who are with us as well, pushing the council to do more on housing. Housing, we know, is one of the most critical issues facing our city today. The average rent in places is about $1,400 a month, hardly affordable for a family, even with a minimum wage increase. The coming years are going to be critical for us as a city, and we need to not only build more affordable housing, but we got to preserve existing housing. And we need to do a better job on both those fronts. In my district alone, almost 1,000 units of affordable housing with covenants are going to be expiring in the next few years. We have to try to maintain those. It's critical that we preserve these units and leverage the new funds available through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, including the $10 million that the mayor has added to this year's budget. So I look forward to working with all of you, with my colleagues on this issue. We have to do a better job in creating more affordable housing and preserving the housing that we have. And I support these motions that are before us.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Okay, Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Cedillo, for bringing these items before us today, and thank you for all of the renters who are here today. Mr. Cedillo said that every day, I believe he said 24/7, should be Renters Day in the city of Los Angeles. That's true. This turnout and this show of force And this voice on behalf of renters also needs to be 24/7 in the city of Los Angeles.
Hold on, Mr. Bonnet. Where are you? Next time you come, I want you to come up here and sit by me. I knew it. I kept hearing the voice, but I couldn't see the face. I am so sorry. I am so sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Bonnet, but that's a dear friend of mine from just my HCED days.
Never a problem or an inconvenience to be interrupted by a smiling face in the audience, Mr. President. But right now in the city of Los Angeles, we have powerful homeowners associations, many of them in my district. We have neighborhood councils. We have tons of civic organizations that lack a sufficient or proportionate voice of renters. And that needs to change. Los Angeles needs, renters need you and fellow renters not just to show up here on Renters Day, but to show up at your neighborhood councils and show up at your civic organizations and participate. As my father-in-law likes to say, if you want power, you need to rise up. And we need you to rise up more often. I want to say a word about the short-term rental proposal, which I wholeheartedly agree with. I want to make sure, though, that as we do this and we take money from short-term rental revenue and target it for affordable housing, that we don't let our search for revenue dictate our regulations. Because it's not if, it's when we regulate short-term rentals. We need to make sure that we're not collecting money for affordable housing by destroying affordable housing. And right now, what's happening in way too many parts of the city, particularly in my district in Venice, is that short-term rentals, and I'm not naming any particular company because it's not any particular company, it's property owners who are buying property, are taking entire apartment buildings and turning them into short-term rentals, which is taking rental stock out of circulation in Los Angeles and is artificially inflating prices. And that needs to stop. We need to make sure that we're not allowing short-term rentals to take away rental housing permanently, or any revenue we get from it is going to be lost entirely. There's so many things that we need to do for renters in Los Angeles. I agree with Mr. Cedillo's motions. I also want to mention that one thing we need to crack down on, and I've started doing this, is the Mellow Act in the coastal zone, which is supposed to provide and protect affordable housing in the coastal zone. And it's my opinion that the city has not implemented that properly and has dropped the ball on that over the past decade, and we need to change that. We cannot let the coastal zone be the preserve of only people of means. The coastal zone needs to be a place that is of, by, and for renters, and of, by, and for people of various different incomes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Cedillo, let's prepare to vote. Mr. Clerk, or Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That passes. All right. Because now I know where you are. I can see you now. Okay, Mr. Krikorian, would you like to move forward with your presentation?
Well, Mr. President, first of all, on item number 42, the answers, the member who had questions has had those questions resolved, so we can vote on that in open session now. This is payment of a judgment, and Budget and Finance recommends approval of the City Attorney's recommendations.
Okay, why don't we do this as the people exit, then we'll go to your presentation. Mr. Clerk, you want to...
Very good, sir. For item 42, in the case entitled John Miller and Michael Rueda versus City, there is a recommendation to expend a total of $993,491.23 plus accrued interest at the rate of 7% on the judgment portion only for the judgment and costs awarded following the jury trial.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on that item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And if we could have a little quiet as you exit. Shh. Little quiet as we continue our work for today. Let's go to item 36. Mr. Walsh. No, it was already.
Not yet, Anna. They're taking up business. Don't have me stand there. They're taking up business. We have people have to come.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. This concerns these naming of intersections in Los Angeles. This one is for Sunset Boulevard and North Orange Drive. This is for Mickey Rooney Memorial Square. Well, you know, this cost tens of thousands of dollars to put up the signs and everything. Mickey Rooney was a multimillionaire. Maybe Mickey Rooney's estate could pay for this so that we don't have to pay for it. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Okay, now I'd like to recognize Councilmember Kern Price for a special introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that we got a political science class here from Trade Tech College. Are you still here? Okay, great. With Professor Robertson's with us. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the class. Thanks for being here.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Krikorian, are you ready? All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, as all of you well know, this year marks the centennial of the commencement of the Armenian Genocide, which began on April 24th, 1915. And each year, this council has very well marked those very grave anniversaries. As we've thought back at the lessons of the genocide, this council each and every year has stood up and say that Los Angeles remembers. And we've remembered because we grieve the losses that the Armenian nation suffered in 1915. We remember because we celebrate and thank America for its warm embrace of salvation in rescuing the Armenian people during that time. We remember because of the lessons that we've learned from the Armenian Genocide over the course of the last century, and how much the impunity of that genocide has contributed to so many of the other darkest moments of the 20th century and still shapes the direction of humanity even as we enter the 21st. But we also remember because the commemoration of the Armenian Genocide is an opportunity for us to celebrate the victory of the Armenian people over that genocide. The fact that the Armenian people, instead of being buried, have been able to rise and have done such a magnificent job of that here in California and have been such an important part of our history in this state and the history of this city. So we're not here to do that commemoration today. We're doing that in a variety of ways. As you know, as many of you will be participating, Friday there will be the March for Justice starting in Mr. O'Farrell's district, where we'll be naming at his initiation, we'll be naming an intersection, Armenian Genocide Centennial Square. That march will then begin and proceed for 6 miles from Little Armenia to the Turkish consulate. All this week, City Hall will be bathed in purple lights the color of the forget-me-not flower, the international symbol of the centennial. In addition, we'll be having our official commemoration ceremony, which I hope that you'll all be participating in tomorrow afternoon on the steps. And then in addition, I've initiated a book drive, and you'll get more information about that. You can go to my Facebook page, but we've initiated a book drive to try to collect books about Armenian history, Armenian culture, the lessons of the Armenian genocide, and other instances of man's inhumanity to man, so that the Los Angeles Public Library will be able to share those lessons for many generations still to come. But today, I wanted to take a moment because we have with us some extraordinary artists who participated in the first annual Armenian Genocide Art Contest to mark the centennial. And wanted to do something a little bit different for the centennial year, so we put out a call to artists and aspiring artists to try to express the message of the genocide, the lessons of the genocide in their own creative ways. Art holds an especially important place in the Armenian nation and in the aftermath of the genocide, because as the Armenian people were dispersed throughout the world out of their historic homelands of 3,000 years, it's very much the culture of the Armenian people, the art of the Armenian people that has held us together as a nation. But for all peoples, in all corners of the world, art is a way that we can communicate universally. We can communicate universal truths. And we hope that this contest has played a role in doing that. It was open to anyone and was publicized far and wide. We had nearly 100 entries from all parts of the world. We had entries that came as far away as Europe and Armenia, and of course here in Los Angeles and throughout the United States. I didn't judge these works. I don't have the ability to do that, but I'm very, very gratified that we had a stellar group of extraordinary professionals who served as our judges. And I wanted to take a moment to thank them today. They're very significant people in Los Angeles, very busy people, and I'm deeply appreciative, as we all are, of them taking the time to participate in this as our judges. And I want to read their names and recognize them now. Few of them could not be with us today. Araxia Karapetyan, who is an anchor for Good Day LA on Fox 11 Morning News. Liz Vogel, the Los Angeles director of Facing History and Ourselves. Carla Garapedian, a filmmaker and project leader of the Armenian Genocide Testimonies Collection of the Armenian Film Foundation, and four of the judges who are with us here today, and I want to take a moment to recognize. First, our extraordinary general manager of the Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs, Danielle Brazel. Liba Geft, the director of the Museum of Tolerance here in Los Angeles. Janice Kaminer-Resnick, the founding president of Jewish World Watch, who just had the March Against Genocide again this last weekend, which I was proud to participate in. And Judy Baca, the founder and artistic director of Social and Public Art Resource Center Spark, one of our great artists here in Los Angeles and great muralists. I'm very, very pleased to be able to recognize them and thank you all for participating in this event. Let's please give them a hand. And actually, before I do this,
we do have a couple members on the board as well.
We'll get to that in a moment, Mr. President. First, I'd like to ask our general manager, Danielle Brazel, to speak on behalf of the judges.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Councilmember Krikorian. I often talk about arts and culture can be a destination. You go to a museum, you go to a play. It's a wonderful experience. It can also be used as a tool, as a vehicle to create social change, to tell the history of a people, to address major issues that connect every aspect of civil society. And this is an extraordinary example of how we use arts and culture to tell the story of an experience of a people that is so absolutely important and powerful. If we don't tell the story, it will be lost. And there is no universal language than using arts and culture as a vehicle to tell that story. We can never deny a people's truth. We can never deny personal experience. And this is precisely what this art contest is able to do. And just seeing the work, to take a moment and actually take in these incredibly powerful imagery. And I would like to point out that this imagery was not created by the survivors themselves, but rather of the generations of survivors that live within us. So I commend you, and I thank you so much to these artists for doing this work, for telling your truth, for telling the story, because that is where we start to rebuild community. It's where we rebuild lives, and it's where we create a civil and just society for all. Thank you so much.
Well said.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'd like to present you with this certificate of appreciation, artistically rendered, to thank you. To Janice Kaminer-Resnick, thank you very much for your participation. Ms. Geft, thank you very much for your participation. And, of course, Ms. Baca, thank you all very, very much for your participation in this contest. And for your continuing contributions to the cultural fabric of our city. I appreciate it very, very much. Members, we have with us here many of the artists who were our finalists. The two grand prize winners. We had a grand prize winner in the student category and a grand prize winner in the non-student category. And those two winners will be, their artwork will be on the bridge between City Hall and City Hall East. And in addition, we're going to be displaying these in the rotunda today, all of these finalists. So I'd like to now acknowledge the winners of the contest. First, our grand prize winner number 1 in the non-student category is Nairi Bagdasarian from Farmington Hills, Michigan. She's obviously not here. She's from Michigan. She was born and raised in Michigan, and in 2013 she graduated from the University of Michigan Ann Arbor's School of Art and Design, and you can see her work up here on the display screen. And by the way, the two grand prize winners, the student and non-student winners, their works will both be displayed on Dash buses throughout Los Angeles for the next month. So this is Nairi Bagdasarian's work, and we're going to do this at the end. Okay. The next winner in the student grand prize winner is a group of students from Rose and Alex Pilibos Armenian School in Glendale, Katya Orfali, Ani Barbarian, and Arus Pogosyan. And their work is captioned "Until You Never Forget," which is up here. The first runner-up in the non-student category is Arpi Krikorian of Pasadena, whose work is captioned "Deeply Rooted," which you see right here and up on the screen. Turn so the members can see it, and the members as well. Arpi was born in Beirut and graduated from the Art Center College of Design with a BA in illustration in 1992. She lives in Pasadena with her husband and 2 daughters. Thank you for being with us today, Arpi. The second runner-up is Carla Rivas of North Hollywood. Carla is not here with us today, but her work is called "Seeking Survival," which you see up here. Our best digital entry is, the artist's name is Ruben Malayan from Ashtarak, Armenia. He sent his work all the way from Armenia digitally. The title is "100 Years of Struggle for Recognition." The best international entry came from Sweden, from Rima Rita Yegsanyan, and the title of the work is "Denying Genocide is Ongoing Genocide," which you see up there. Our best mixed media entry is, the artist is Seta Injayan from La Crescenta, and the title is "Ararat Rising." I really like this one. For those of you who don't know, that is Mount Ararat, and that's a group of mountain climbers working their way up Mount Ararat, the most important symbol of the Armenian people, which now is regrettably outside of the boundaries of Armenia and lies in Turkey. And so this shows both the march up the mountain today, the march of the victims of the genocide in the rearview mirror that you see there, as well as marchers who are protesting for recognition of the genocide. Our student first runner-up, the artist, is named Jesus Song, who's with us today from North Hollywood High School. He's a 15-year-old attending North Hollywood High. Jesus was drawing before he could write with a pencil, and he's continuing that good work today with his work, Endless Howling. The second student runner-up was Harut Meseljan from Monolux Elementary School. And Harut is only 10 years old. He's a 10-year-old student attending Monolux Elementary in my district, and he wanted to participate in this art contest because he was inspired by the survival and perseverance of his great-grandparents, who were orphans of the genocide and lived in shelters run by Near East Relief. So, Harut, congratulations. So to all of these artists, I want to thank you again for your participation. Thank you for extending to all of us the benefit that we all gain from looking at your art, from realizing the truths that you tell through your art, for being able to sharing with us all your creativity. You really give us an opportunity to celebrate the survival of the Armenian people and to understand much more deeply and profoundly and passionately the lessons that we all draw, Armenians and non-Armenians alike, that we all draw from the Armenian genocide. So thank you all very, very much. Mr. President.
Great. Look at that art. That is absolutely phenomenal. And let's give them another round of applause. We've got several members lined up on the queue. First, Councilmember Buscaino.
President, I love, Mr. Krikorian, how you incorporated art into this, and like Danielle said, the stress the importance of this anniversary. And Harut, good job, buddy. Proud of you. Look at you. It's amazing work. Amazing work. You know, in my days with the LAPD, we put together a teen advisory panel where we use teenagers to problem solve and respect diverse groups in our community in the harbor area, and stress the importance of bridging the gap between the department and teenagers. And this was just one facet of the anti-discriminatory practices of our city. The city of Los Angeles is not just a city that tolerates diverse cultures and ethnic groups. The city of Los Angeles does not just allow various groups to coexist. The city of LA fosters diversity. It thrives off diversity. It harnesses the strengths and different cultures and capitalizes off of them. With restaurants from every nook and corner of the globe, with music from all continents, and with products from all nations, we here in Los Angeles enjoy the very best and highest quality of community and economy than anywhere in the world. We Angelenos exhibit the ideal marketplace of ideas and cultures where our residents can select from any culture to enrich their lives. Los Angeles has been under 3 different countries and today is speakers of over 200 languages. We have neighborhoods of peoples from all corners of the world, some of which are even named after their previous homelands, such as Little Tokyo, Chinatown, Koreatown, Little Ethiopia, Thai Town, Filipino Town, and Little Armenia. The Ottoman Empire's ethnic cleansing and genocide against the Armenian people at the beginning of the 20th century stand diametrically opposed to our way of life and beliefs here in the city. And that's why we must, as a city, not only condemn the acts of the Ottoman Empire, but recognize what even today is still denied by many nations, including Turkey itself, in our own State Department. I'll say a few words in Armenian, so bear with me. Aysor mek hayots se as an utuyun g jank nak. Today we recognize the Armenian genocide. I hope that made sense.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Buscaino. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I greatly appreciate what's being displayed here today, and that we use art to remember the genocide of 100 years ago, and to make the argument that it actually happened. It's been shocking to me through my entire adult life that the denial of the killing of over 1.5 million Armenians and Greeks and Assyrians as well continues. And I first ran across this, as Mr. Krikorian knows, about 40 years ago when I took a class at UCLA where we were taught that the genocide didn't happen. And we were taught that by a professor who was the one person given full access to the Turkish archives, and in return, he had to teach this denial. So the first parts of his class were accurate, and then we were told this genocide didn't happen. It may mean more to me and to those of us who are Jewish, because we all know that Germany, as an ally of Turkey in World War I, closely observed the genocide, and they knew it happened, and they knew the world didn't seem to care. And so Adolf Hitler said, who remembers the Armenians? To say that there wouldn't be any consequences because there weren't any consequences then. Now, I and most Jews don't hate the German government and don't hate the German people, because those aren't the ones that carried it out. And they admit to what happened, they paid reparations, and they have put things in place in society to make it very unlikely that that happens again. But the Turks have done exactly the opposite. And there's nothing that I find more offensive and deeply felt in my heart that 100 years later, they still claim that this didn't happen. How the heck can they think they can get away with this? I did some legislation studying the genocides of the 20th century in 2002, and nobody objected to any of it except for Turks who called me and emailed me by the thousands, insisting that this had never happened and that we take out the Armenian genocide from what we were teaching. I even had someone who was a friend of my father's who contacted me and said, if your father was alive today, he would never be teaching this. And I said, you are wrong. If my father was alive today, he would be so proud that we are teaching this and we are acknowledging the genocide that happened. And I feel bad that our own current administration is not acknowledging the genocide. I'm a big fan of Barack Obama's. I was one of literally his first elected official supporters. But I think this is a huge mistake for the administration. I know there is strategic value in Turkey, but strategic value will never match the truth. And someday the world, including Turkey, has to acknowledge the truth that this happened and it should never happen again.
Wow.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, art provides us a lens where we can see a deeper truth. And just by virtue of you commissioning this art contest, this art project, Mr. Krikorian, just shows such incredible leadership. And I'm just so grateful to you for doing this. I think, you know, 2 days before the March for Justice, to have this kind of presentation just brings greater depth, greater meaning, and greater power to the cause to end 100 years of denial. You know, it's through artists that we really can derive a greater understanding in all movements. It's certainly not necessarily through political structures, but it is through the expression of art and the soul. It's very soul revealing. And that's what keeps people inspired to always demand nothing less than justice at the end. And this very important centennial, I think, is representative of that spirit. So I just want to, thank you again for your incredible leadership in providing the conscience of this entire moment in history in the city of Los Angeles that we are all so eagerly looking forward to, and sending the signal to the world from Los Angeles that denial of this genocide, that its days are indeed numbered. And that's the signal that we'll be sending to the world from the City of Angels. I also want to thank the DCA and the selection panel for your time and effort spent on this. This art is incredible, incredibly moving, and I want to thank all of the artists, everyone who participated, and of course all of the artists whose incredible work was selected. I'm just deeply impressed and deeply appreciative of this entire effort. So thank you, and we will see you on Friday morning.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you very much. Councilmember Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me begin by thanking all of the artists who are here today. Thank you so much for your participation. And for those folks who are not in the building, there's a lot of conversation taking place around the genocide, and rightfully so. And I've been honored to be a part of that. In my district, for example, on the 11th of this month, we had a march, we had speeches, we had spoken word, and we had song to commemorate the 100 years of the atrocity, all behind the backdrop of Bolton Hall, which was built in 1913, 2 years prior to the genocide, 2 years where we know that the planning and the plotting for this genocide was taking place, and it was a very, very powerful moment for all of those who were in attendance. But I want to thank you, Mr. Krikorian, for your leadership. You have done something that you mentioned to a lot of us months ago about trying to figure out another outlet, another way to tell the story, more narrative that can be spoken, not just in Los Angeles, but across the world. You've had entries from an international community who, in their own right, presumably are speaking to the importance of the recognition of the genocide. But they're doing it with ties to Los Angeles. They're doing it in a way that they're collaborating with one of the larger, more vocal constituencies and communities of the Armenian historical perspective than we could ever have imagined. And it's because of you, Mr. Krikorian. So I'm absolutely honored that you are doing this and continue to do this as long as I've known you. And thank you very much for your stewardship to this very important cause.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you. I just want to add my voice and thank you, Mr. Krikorian, for taking leadership on this issue as you have for many years, for going with me, taking me on that trip to Armenia. I mean, I will never forget that experience and going to the Genocide Museum and how incredibly moving that was. But seeing the art here is also inspiring. I mean, art has always been a way to speak truth to power and to speak truth that people often don't want to hear. And it's a way to get people to think differently. Aristotle said the aim of art is to represent not the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance. And looking at the art here and knowing of all the entries that you've had, it really adds another level of significance to this. So I want to commend you for putting this program together and look forward to the commemorations that will take place later in the week. But presenting this 100 years through art is inspirational. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Huizar.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also, Mr. Krikorian, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention, not only today, but every year. And we certainly, not only us in these chambers, but the whole city of Los Angeles has become more aware of this through some of your work. And we've all become more aware of history and our history, particular groups' history through art. Certainly for myself, growing up in East LA, one of the reasons we work so hard, or I work so hard, along with others, to get rid of the ban on murals was because when I was walking around as a kid, I would see figures of my background, of my history, of my Mexican culture, but I wasn't being taught that in the books at school. And that really taught me a lot, and I wanted to do something about that so that young people, through art, can learn history, whether or not we're learning it through the official educational process. And one thing I'm very proud of is that as a Roman Catholic, that our current Pope mentioned that this genocide was the first genocide of the 20th century. But just acknowledging that from an institution, a religion as large as it is throughout the world, to acknowledge that this did exist, it continues to move forward to acknowledge, heal, and move forward and teach those that come after us what can and cannot and shouldn't happen in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian, for this powerful and moving and very appropriate presentation. My favorite artist is named Keith Haring. He started out in New York City as a graffiti artist in the subways, and before he died, he became an artist of really international renown. Did some very colorful, positive, uplifting work. He died in the early 1990s from AIDS. And a few years before he died, he was interviewed about the AIDS crisis. And he talked about how it ravaged the gay community and talked about how it sort of took away the soul and the heart of a community. And he pondered out loud, how many artists have we lost? How many choreographers have we lost? How many great plays will not be written? How many beautiful songs will not be composed? And he said, they're all gone now, and we lack their works. And as I'm looking at these beautiful pieces of art with such a powerful message, I'm asking myself, how many artists did we lose? How many musicians are gone? How many beautiful pieces of work did we never get to see? How many school children were lost? How many butchers, how many bakers, how many statesmen like Mr. Krikorian did we lose? And how many subsequent generations did we lose? It's an unspeakable tragedy and an incalculable tragedy as well. And I am as proud of my Pope as I am as disappointed in my president for his failure to find the courage to speak the truth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Martinez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Congratulations to all the artists. You know, oftentimes I like to just do a little bit of research and look into whether there's unsung heroes that rise out of tragedy, people who often don't get talked about. And in doing that, last night I stumbled upon a name of a woman named Diana Adgar. And so she was of Armenian descent. She escaped during the genocide, but she immigrated to Calcutta, where she was raised. And she later married a Hong Kong merchant and settled in Japan. Well, in 1910, she wrote about the massacres and everything she had witnessed. And the book is called The Truth About the Armenian Massacres, described by her during the Ottoman Empire. And so since you mentioned the book drive, one of the things that fascinates me about the Armenian culture is your love for culture and family, which is very, very similar to the Latino culture. And so we take a lot of pride in family and culture, and we portray it in everyday life. And that's one of the things that's so beautiful about the Armenian people. And so in your book drive, I don't know if you've ever come across her, but because of her, she was also very instrumental in helping over 500 Armenians escape and become political refugees in Japan and in the United States. And she also became very instrumental in Japan becoming the first country to recognize the First Republic of Armenia. I just was very fascinated by her. She also became the first woman ambassador in the world history by serving as the American Armenian to Japan. Wow. So, I mean, these are the kinds of stories that I'm so fascinated with. Anyhow, I just hope you get her, we read her book. I read some of the footnotes and the things she describes of little girls as young as 8 years old being raped and what occurred to these children during the genocide was very, very powerful. And so I recommend the book. I'm going to pick it up, but nevertheless, I thought it was important, since you're starting the book drive, that maybe we pick up a copy of her book and give it to the Los Angeles Public Library if they don't already have it. Anyhow, congratulations to all of you. Congratulations, Mr. Krikorian. Fabulous job.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sadia.
I'm like the person who everything that can be said has been said, but not everyone has said it, right? Let me say something different. So let me say thank you for your leadership, Paul, council member. It's so important and so extraordinary And let me say thank you because you represent a community for which the Latino community is largely indebted to. I grew up in Borough Heights, and there were many Armenians who lived in the community, right at 8th and Lorena, Opal. There's a little meat market we used to go to. The owners of the meat market had a nephew named Charles Puchigian, who I later served with as a senator in the state legislature. But in many respects, there's a story that can be told that the modern Latino politics, the birth of the Latino caucus, the presence of the Latino community in politics was initiated by Wally Carabian, because he mentored a young man named Richard Alatorre, who then mentored a young man named Richard Polanco, who then was part of using those skills and those talents, developing the Latino caucus to become a caucus that's not simply ethnocentric, but one that is focused on service, much like the Armenian community focused on service to the community, and one that observes that it collaborates and coexists with other communities. And that's simply what is the anecdote to this, is that we want to create a diverse community where we recognize that diversity is our strength, and that collaboration and coexistence is our strength, and that this is how civil societies live, and this is how we evolve and how we develop, and that this is the highest state of our humanity for all of us to recognize our humanity, and that these tragedies should not occur again, and that we would, the point about the art is that it gives us an eye to observe it when it's happening, right? And my colleague mentioned about us growing up in Borough Heights, that the art of Borough Heights is extraordinary because it gives us an image of ourselves and a place in society, and one that's positive and constructive, that's defined by ourselves and by us, by recognizing our place. And so I commend all the artists. You're making an incredible contribution, and as always, I just admire your leadership in this matter, and so I thank you.
Now that concludes all the speakers on the queue, and I want to echo everything that has been said. And you're right, what has been said by everyone, but I think everybody did such a phenomenal job. I can't top that. I want to recognize, though, if I could, the art itself is just spectacular. I've been sitting here the whole time, and it tells such a phenomenal, vivid story. And I do have one question, Mr. Krikorian, and perhaps I missed it. Where will this be on display?
So all of the finalists will be on display in the rotunda. And then, as I think members have seen, we have on the bridge right now an exhibit relating to Near East relief, the effort to save the Armenian people by American philanthropy shortly after the genocide. The grand prize winners will also be displayed there, as long as that, for a while after that. And then, in addition, the two grand prize winners are being displayed right now around the city on dash buses, on city dash buses.
Absolutely phenomenal. Well, let's give them all just another huge round of applause. Thank you.
I want to thank you, members, for your eloquence and all of your kind words and your moving words. Many of you mentioned the struggle for justice, the struggle for recognition, and of course that struggle will go on as long as it takes by the Armenian people and all who care about justice and truth, even if it takes until Harut is an old man. That struggle will continue. But I have to say that through art like this, in many ways, that struggle has already been won in the hearts and souls of people throughout the world. And so the politics sometimes lags, and Mr. Bonin raised a very poignant example, I think, of how our political efforts sometimes lag behind our cultural, moral, and artistic efforts. And I want to thank again all of the artists for helping us to advance this cause today. Thank you all very much.
Oh, thank you. Okay, while they're exiting and going to the back for photos to the media room, let's go ahead and take, Mr. Clerk, item 33 next, if we could. It was called special by Councilmember Bernard Parks.
Thank you very much. Could I get the CAO and the staff up? Just a couple of questions. Two of my favorite people. I just, I think Marita's answered my mechanical questions on the sense of some of the things in the MOU. But for both of you, and particularly Miguel, I gave you a sheet. We managed over the last several years, and you've done, I think, a miraculous job with your staff and basically putting a budget forward. But it's getting to the point now that it's going to be more difficult, and the margin of error is probably shorter and narrower than it's ever been. But I'm just concerned that we've gone over the last several months, and we've basically settled something in the neighborhood of $40 to $50 million worth of lawsuits. We have pending litigation of an unknown amount in the sense that could impact the budget. The one that concerns me the most right now is the $300 million we could lose from water transfer. We've had certainly meetings here to discuss the Ardon utilities tax lawsuits. We just dealt with Willits. We have a variety of cases with LAPD, from Ezell Ford to Henry Solis, and a variety of them. And I think we just got a briefing on Green Acres. But these are things that have unknown dollar values that look like they could explode way beyond what our general fund could provide. And then on top of that, we have a variety of things that have been reported, such as $6 billion in sidewalks and streets, pensions, $1 billion at a minimum, liability, structural deficits about $200 million annually. Recently, a report done for the mayor that $15 billion for fixing the water pipes for earthquake preparedness. At some point in time, you're going to be asked to restore some of the cuts that have been taken away with the 4,000 people. You're going to be in the middle of negotiating other unions. We also lost funds from gross business tax for revamping the top highest categories. And then there's even suggestions of getting rid of $400 million in gross tax. The river revitalization is $1.4 billion. So these things go on and on. I'm just trying to figure out, and putting this on top of all those pendings, how do we survive? Because that's the issue that I'm concerned with, and show you it's very personal. I want both of my pensions to be viable, and so that's why I'm asking these questions. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Parks. The way we do it is a day at a time. We basically manage each one of these issues one by one, as we've been taking on for the last few years. And most of what you outlined are one-time problems that we dealt with in terms of those settlements. And as you know, because we share the same worst-case scenario mentality, we've been also building our reserve funds to deal with those one-time problems. Specifically in the mayor's budget, there's $50 million set aside for litigation, which involves one of these cases that you've talked about. While we're addressing those specific problems, we also have to remain competitive. And as we've seen over the last few years, as other departments are hiring police officers, salaries are growing, and in order to continue to attract the best, the strongest, and the most talented police force, we need to at least stay in the middle of that range. And so this contract does that. You should know that this contract, because it was announced prior to the release of the budget, we actually included this contract in our forecast.
That's a good thing.
And so if you approve it today, then what it does to our forecast is that for next year we continue to face a deficit, as you well know, of $120 million. But then we continue to see the deficit decline. In 17-18, the deficit will be $83 million. We hopefully will no longer have the word deficit or shortfall in our vocabulary starting fiscal year 18-19 because we actually balance. And then we start seeing a small surplus the year after that. So that's assuming this contract. It also assumes that we continue to maintain our reserve fund at minimum at the level that it is today, but continue to grow it. So we believe that this is a responsible way to move forward to dealing both with the liabilities that you very effectively articulated, while at the same time remaining competitive in the workforce.
So you're saying I'm secure?
I think your retirements are secure. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just ask you one favor. On your attachment 1, and we've talked about this before, but consistently we have a tendency to compare entry-level salaries. And I think in most instances we're competing against ourselves because we don't know what's in the package of these other departments. And it's, I think, a false figure when we just say so-and-so is making entry level at this amount and we're making this. We don't talk about all the bonuses. We don't talk about all of the other things that are hidden within the contract that may not be a line item. And particularly those things that almost everything we do is pension related. And it's compounded every time we get a raise. And so these are things I think are important because many departments don't do that. Most of their stuff is on bonuses. They're getting a flat pay. They're getting things of that nature. On this contract, I think the only thing that's a flat pay would be the uniform allowance, where before it used to be pension-based. I mean, so I think those are the things that we have to kind of extract out if we're going to look at a comparison of 20 departments, because I can tell you that most of them are not doing the same things we are, but yet we're basically just throwing ourselves in the middle of a pack on salary, entry-level salary only. And until recently, when you changed the 20% cut that we looked even worse, even though the packages for our personnel are significant. And I don't know of any other department in the state that we're dealing with 70 to 75% overhead on top of the salaries. And so these are things that I think is important if we're going to have an accurate comparison. And I know it's a lot of work, but we do need at some point to go within the packages to make sure we understand what other departments are doing and what we're doing.
We agree.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to stand and recognize the efforts made from the ERC, the league, the mayor, of course, Miguel and his team, to come to this MOU before us, which I feel is a fair contract and a contract that our officers deserve. Months ago, we were embraced here by a number of police officers, many of whom that I've worked shoulder to shoulder, stood on a number of incidents, mourned with, and continue to bond with, even more so now as a council member. And these officers work tirelessly, day in and day out. We have the best and brightest cops anywhere in the country, if not the world, that are well trained, that work hard day in and day out. And for me, moving forward, we have the best cadet program in the country. And when those who I have mentored as a police officer during the cadet program turned to me and asked me for references to other law enforcement agencies, it was a slap in the face, because we invested so many hours and days in molding these recruits with hopes of one day joining the LAPD, and it just wasn't happening. They were fleeing and leaving us and going to other law enforcement agencies. So I want to stand and just recognize the efforts that were made by all levels here to get to this MOU contract. And I'm grateful that this MOU is before us, and it's deserving of the officers that they work hard, and you base their performance on the successes they've made in reducing crime over the last several years. So happy to see this move forward and get approved. I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Park's comments. I wasn't expecting to say anything, but it occurs to me, if we don't really have a good, apples to apples comparison, and we're making these increases, and I don't object to them, of course, based on what other departments are doing, but we don't include all the other things that we provide that aren't just the base salary. We may be missing something in our marketing too, because we're paying a lot more to be able to say, hey, our base salary is this and our top step is this, but we're probably not telling our recruits exactly how much they're getting along with that if we don't have this comparison at our fingertips. So as long as we are making these increases, as long as we add bonuses that other people don't get, we should be sure we really do that comparison and then use it more adequately to market to some of the people that are going to other places. I think it's important that we did increase up from the 20%, but I think we're probably selling ourselves short if we're just talking about where we are on the salary continuum and not including the other things that we add. So I would just encourage us to do that as we move forward.
It's hard to create a universal way of looking at compensation with all municipalities. But for the most part, most of the bonuses that we offer are offered in other jurisdictions. There are some jurisdictions that actually make overtime pensionable, which we don't, which is a good thing for our pension system. So so we've made those efforts, but we'll continue to do so.
Councilmember Monin.
Thank you. I want to ask a bit of the uncomfortable question on this one. I worked in the building back when, in the mid part of the last decade, when the council gave the big increases to the coalition. And then I saw over the years how that sort of restricted our ability to have some financial flexibility. Over the past several years, the city has, particularly under the previous mayor, really prioritized LAPD at the expense of everything else, so that the LAPD continued to grow or stayed the same, and many of our other departments were really eviscerated. Fire department, planning department, recreation and parks, building and safety, list goes on and on. And I think many of us have been hoping that we'll get to the point where we can start replenishing those other departments so that we can continue to provide the full range of services to the public. This is our biggest bargaining unit. It has a huge impact on the budget. We approve this. What does it do to the fiscal horizon on when we can and how much we can begin restoring those other departments?
Well, again, if you look at the forecast in the mayor's budget, we anticipate by year 18-19, the city will no longer have a shortfall. And so the good news is that we actually are in a position where our deficits are decreasing, not increasing. And even in the worst of times, and certainly as things have gotten better, but not quite out of the woods yet, we are making modest and sometimes major investments in services such as sidewalks, which is the settlement that you recently approved. And so it's going to be a balancing act through all of this. So I think what's important about what's before you is that you know now what it does for the future. And this deal, there's certainly been a lot of talk about the 2 years, the 2 latter years, but this is also a deal that allows for 2 years of no increases at all. And if you look at the compensation that we've given to our workforce over the last several years, since you referenced the coalition deal from several years ago, this still keeps them within that same framework. So in a time frame of 7 years where the coalition received over a 24% raise, the men and women of the police force will be barely catching up to that level almost in twice the amount of time.
So at the point at which the raises anticipated by this bargaining agreement kick in, you feel comfortable that we'll still be able to be replenishing and building back our other departments?
That is correct. And we've been doing it strategically. We've been doing it dealing with our liabilities, as Mr. Parks pointed out, building our reserve fund, but this is a step of also remaining competitive, and an issue that clearly by our budget, if you will look at a pie chart, as you pointed out, where does the majority of the general fund go to is public safety.
Right.
And so it maintains that as the city's number one priority, allows the city to remain competitive with other jurisdictions, and is responsible in that even with the proposed raises in this agreement, we still eliminate the structural deficit in fiscal year 18-19.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, seeing no other speakers on the queue, we'll go ahead and open the roll on that item. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take, I believe, 31, 32, and 33 together. No, I'm sorry, 30, 31, and 32 together. 30, 31, and 32. And that's called special by Cedillo. Councilmember Cedillo, did you want to open those up?
Yes. Members, it was interesting. When I ran for office, people said, Gil, you're not going to like city council because you're used to dealing with big issues. There's not enough issues here to challenge you. Boy, were they wrong. So 3 months ago, I asked the CAO to analyze the actual cost to the general fund that the city incurs through its interactions with homelessness. This is an incredible, vexing problem. It's a problem that all of us are concerned about, and we should be concerned about. It's a problem that takes a tremendous tax on our resources. The study tells us that over $100 million is expended annually, and yet none of us are proud of what we see in the city. Encampments sprout up. There are people who are homeless every place in the city. There are large concentrations that are obvious, like downtown, on the west side in Venice, along freeways and highways in my district. It is an incredibly vexing problem for all of us. It's one that has many sources, and one in which we've made many efforts to address, many earnest efforts. I worked in 2007 with Councilwoman Jan Perry, with your boss, Bill Rosendahl, with council member from Santa Monica, current assembly member Richard Bloom. And we went to New York to study this matter and came back with a whole bunch of proposals. Some were law, some were helpful. Gladly, we're not at the point where we're trying to stop hospitals from dumping patients. We've made some progress, but we've got so much to do, and I want to applaud our CAO for this report. You told me, and you told my office, that one of the first things to solving a problem is acknowledgement. And this is a very sober, a very candid evaluation of the problems that we have. We will not address substantively, we will not resolve ultimately homelessness in the city of Los Angeles without this acknowledgement. And so this is the foundation for our first step forward, as we said last week, our march to resolve this very vexing problem for the city of Los Angeles. We're going to have to do things that we're not accustomed to, which is we're going to have to collaborate. We're going to have departments work with each other. We're going to have protocols and uniformity in some of our responses. And we're going to have to share resources. And then we're going to have to do some things that are very evident. I read this morning some things that are very evident. We're going to have to work with the County of Los Angeles in a way that's more robust. There's an infrastructure in place. We'll evaluate that infrastructure and we'll see how we embellish it and right-size it for the challenges of the day. But clearly, we have to move forward. This is a dramatic problem that confronts our city and our society, and I believe we have begun to lay out a map and a framework, and now we await the political will to make the end of homelessness a reality. So I thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonin.
Oh, I'd like to hear the presentation first. I just want to get ready for questions.
Good afternoon again. I feel a little bit like Rip Van Winkle on this issue because in my previous life, when I worked at the county, I was the deputy CEO, and one of my responsibilities was to oversee homeless programs. At the time, the county made a $100 million investment for the Homeless Prevention Initiative to pilot a number of different concepts and approaches to addressing homelessness. And I had the responsibility of overseeing that and worked with the supervisors and the city, actually, in implementing various programs. When I came to the city, I didn't really work on this issue, and the good news is during that period of time, a lot has changed. Several years ago, there wasn't a framework around homelessness. It was treated with conflicting approaches and conflicting concepts. Today, there's a strong sense and development by many, as a result of the work of the people sitting behind me, that clearly shows that the best way to address homelessness is by providing housing and connecting homeless individuals to that housing, one person at a time. And that's sounds like a very basic thing to do, but it's actually incredibly complicated to do. And it means identifying who the individuals are. It means engaging them in intensive case management and connecting them strategically to the housing that meets their individual needs and ultimately keeps them in that housing. And so unlike several years ago, we now have a framework, and we have a group of advocates and leaders who have been moving that along over time. And so, in fact, the mayor's proposed budget, in fact, reflects an investment in that area. It provides additional funding for LAHSA. It also provides funding for a coordinated entry system we talk about in this report, for regional coordinators to draw those connections between the homeless individuals and the housing that's available, and more response time, more ability to respond to the encampments that are throughout the district. When Councilman Cedillo first asked us to do this, we didn't realize what challenging work it would involve to simply ask the question, how much does the city currently spend around homelessness? And we had two people in my office contact every single department and ask them, in what ways do your departments interface with the homeless community? We were shocked to find that there is no one central way in which we do that today. Each department confronts this issue in their own way. We don't have one centralized expectation on how they should calculate those costs. We had to draw from them examples so that they could start calculating it so we could aggregate it citywide. And so one of the key recommendations that we're making is that we need to start doing that in the future. Because regardless of whether we have a comprehensive homeless strategy or not, the one thing that's very clear, as we established in this report, is that the city is still paying for homeless activities. And what we've demonstrated on a very conservative level, that we're spending over $100 million to interface with the homeless community. And so if doing the right thing for the homeless, because it's the compassionate thing to do, is not enough, doing the right thing for the homeless because it makes fiscal sense should be. The cost of not having a comprehensive strategy around homelessness is significant, and to the extent that we continue to engage in this issue in the way we have, those costs are likely to grow. And so in our report, we calculate those costs, acknowledging that it's not a comprehensive list. We also discuss the fact that there is in place strategies and coordination that are taking place throughout the city in partnership with the nonprofit community, the United Way, the county, efforts that the mayor is doing around veterans. And what we propose is that we actually have within the city family one coordinated strategy that's tied to specific metrics, that we could actually, for the first time, have the council and the mayor adopt a goal around homelessness, a set of policy objectives, and that we establish a framework to start meeting those goals. And so to do that, you need to designate an office, an individual, perhaps even designate LAHSA as being that partner to help bring that coordination. Because as you encounter in each one of your offices is dealing with this issue in your own way. You know, underneath, you know, every day I drive underneath the 101 freeway in your district, Mr. O'Farrell, and that same homeless encampment comes back day after day. Or when I drop off my child at my daughter who works at the women's shelter in San Pedro, I see the homeless problem there. It's throughout the city. When I was in the valley, headed towards to hear the mayor say to the city, there was a large encampment just coming out of the freeway. So there's no part of the city that isn't confronting this issue. And right now, each one of your offices is because of the urgency that you're experiencing and the constituents that you have are dealing with it on your own. Coordinating individually with LAHSA, establishing your own partnerships with the county, working with public safety, dealing with the issues in your libraries and your parks. What we're recommending is that needs to be coordinated on a much bigger level, so that there's a citywide approach to those issues that you could tap into, so that you're not out there on your own managing it with your staff. We also are recommending that we continue our partnerships with the county. A lot of work has been done with the county, particularly in health services and in mental health services, where they are committing actual dollars to create housing opportunities for the homeless, providing direct services within areas where homeless work is being done. I mean, homeless individuals are gathered. And so that partnership needs to be considered. One way of looking at this issue is much the way we now look at transportation in the city. You know, there's a regional organization through the MTA that manages the subway system that is only in the city of Los Angeles. And so this is clearly a regional problem. There has to be specific goals that the city has, and what we propose is that we find a way to connect to those regional efforts that are taking place, but also concurrent to that, coordinating our own activities so that those regional efforts have one place to go for partnership. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Mr. Cedillo. Thank you for your leadership on the Housing Committee for this. I think this report is long overdue. I also want to thank all of the city departments that have been involved. I mean, I actually see it a little bit different. There has been a tremendous amount of coordination in the city of Los Angeles, and in some ways with the county as well, but I think the policy directive is what's changing here today. I think pattern and practice for the city and the county has really been a maintenance of effort model, where we have our respective missions and we deliver services, and we're probably doing those as best to our capability. We have not changed the policy from maintenance of effort to ending homelessness. And I think that is the distinction that is really important here. And it really does call for a different type of collaborative model. I'm very excited that my colleague, Mr. Huizar here, I think in short order is going to be chairing a committee that actually moves a plan forward, that leverages the existing collaboration and efforts by all of these agencies with a new mission to end homelessness. The report, Mr. Santana, really is staggering to think that we effectively spend $100 million in these efforts, but don't have any real, I should say, it's very hard to understand how we've ended the challenge. And so I think with that type of resources, that type of level of funding, and with the leadership of good folks like Mr. Weezar. Thank you, Mr. Wesson, for putting this committee together. I think with that type of level of effort, we're going to change the policy to one that actually ends the challenge that we have with homelessness. So I'm very excited about what's to come. I'm grateful for all of the agencies that have responded so well with their service model, and I'm excited about what's to come. So thank you all very much.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Cedillo, for this motion. Thank you to Mr. Santana and your staff for the report. This was a bracing report and a necessary one. I think it is a wake-up call for all of us, but I also think that it's instructive and it's a bit of a roadmap on how to proceed. You and I have talked about this issue a lot. I think it haunts us both. What's happening in the city and the county is unconscionable and unacceptable, and at least in my district, the problem is getting worse. And in other places in the city, I see the problem growing. At the same time, there is a lot of good news on this front, as you indicated. The United Way and the Chamber of Commerce forming the brilliant partnership Home for Good. In Mr. O'Farrell's district, the Hollywood Forward program. In my district, we've replicated it as Venice Forward. Mr. Buscaino pulling resources together in his district. The focus on ending veterans homelessness led by the mayor's office and various city departments. All some very good things. But as your report pointed out, you're being kind. You say we're spending $100 million a year. For the most part, we're wasting $100 million a year. And the good news is that all of the things we've heard with Home for Good, the new leadership at LAHSA, is there is an emerging structure and framework to address this problem and to help move us away from the ridiculous ideological battle we keep fighting and spending money on about the right to live on the street and shift it to the right to live in housing. And I think our challenge is how do we redirect this $100 million we're wasting so that it maximizes the structure that's out there, the superstructure that we'll hear about, so that we can be spending our money wisely and we can actually get people into housing and into supportive services where necessary. So I agree with your recommendations. I look forward to serving on the ad hoc committee on homelessness, and I look forward to creating that system where we're tracking, where we're coming up with a coordinated strategy. But I wanted to ask, at a certain point, it means shifting that funding. It means taking it from where we're wasting it to where we need to spend it. And I want to use an example or two and just ask how we might do that. Right now, the County of Los Angeles has a flexible housing pool where they put general fund money into a pot of money that allows them to house people more rapidly, people who are the frequent users of the county medical services. It's not federal money, it's local money, so they don't have to deal with some of the restrictions that make it difficult to house veterans or people who may have had a problem paying their rent or may have had a slight criminal record, which many homeless people do. So it's an easier system. For LA, the West Side, I can't get the people living on my streets into it because the nearest portal is in Torrance. What I'd like to know is there a way that the city of Los Angeles, if the county were willing, buy into this system by putting money into it or creating a partnership where some of our funds allow LAFD to be portals into this system? It's an idea to talk about and consider, but if that were something we were going to do, how do we go about the budget mechanics of shifting that money from one of those many pools where $100 million is being misspent into an investment that actually puts someone into a home and has a roof over their head?
Well, first of all, the conversations and partnering with the county specifically in that program are well on their way. I know that the mayor's office has been having them. My office has met with them. They're part of the overall strategy for veterans and on an ongoing basis. And again, the reason they have the ability to do that is that under healthcare reform, the county is receiving more funding than it's ever received, and they're redirecting that to reduce the number of people entering their emergency room, which is something no one ever thought would ever happen. It's a complicated answer because let's take, for example, the significant dollars that public safety, that LAPD is using in particular. You know, most of those revenue, those expenditures are a result of response calls. They're responding to complaints or concerns. LAPD will always have to do that, right? They'll always have to respond. So you can't move those funds away for something else. But to the extent that there are less calls that are being generated in particular neighborhoods that are related to homeless activities, those funds could be redirected in outreach, targeting the same population, just in a different way. The investments that's being done with Operation Healthy Streets, it's a very specific response to the health conditions of our neighborhoods. To the extent that we start seeing a reduction in the number of people sleeping in the street, creating those conditions, those funds could be reinvested. And then when you look at how much our libraries, our rec and parks, and other direct service providers are spending addressing the issue within their own facilities, a reduction in the number of homeless allows them to redirect those dollars not only back to those services, but in partnerships with the county to help transition people who walk into a library, for example, as a homeless person, into a track for an actual service so to address their specific issues.
So let me ask the question this way. Of the $100 million, and maybe you can't quantify it, but I'm curious, how much is money that can only be reallocated by the police doing something different, outreach versus enforcement, versus money that could actually be significantly redirected into either providing more affordable housing or creating our own pool of money for a flexible housing subsidy or things like that really shift us into building the solution?
Well, I mean, I think it's those specific items that are in response to the extent of the problem today. So things that are specifically dealing with cleaning, with maintenance to keeping our streets clean. To the extent that the population drops, those monies get freed up to spend on other areas. In public safety, it becomes again harder because there will always need to be a need to respond. Right. But it's another way of thinking about it, more than just moving those dollars away. If there was a coordinated strategy around homelessness, that when a police officer encounters a homeless individual, which many do in Skid Row throughout the city, and on their own have developed relationship with LAHSA and with others to tie them to services. But if that interaction was part of a continuum of service, so it's not just about creating the housing slot that we're talking about. It's about how any interaction, whether it's a library at a rec and park facility or a police officer, if that interaction results in a link to housing through a coordinated approach, those dollars, instead of, as you put being wasted, they're actually contributing to the overall efforts towards ending homelessness.
Okay, I'm way over time, so I'm going to sit down. I'll press my button again later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Englander.
Very much, Madam President. I want to thank Councilmember Cedillo, first and foremost, for your leadership and championship. The need for more housing for our most vulnerable populations, it's so critical. Councilmember Huizar, for your leadership. I want to congratulate you as well on the success of the coordinated entry system. But to Councilmember Mike Bonin, I want to thank you for spearheading the effort and the idea of putting together an ad hoc on this as well. It's so critically important to bring our stakeholders to the table. As we look at this issue, oftentimes, and far too often, we talk about the symptoms, and then we try to treat the symptoms with a lot of different departments. We try to look at whether it's things piling up on the street, whether it's some of the violence that we've seen erupting lately, like recently in Venice and throughout the city. And we try to treat that symptom with either more police enforcement, we try to departmentalize it, and it's not treating the problem. And as a coordinated entry system is rolled out on a larger scale, the ability for various agencies
and service providers to share a common database and a uniform assessment tool to assist homeless individuals is an important foundation, and it's just that, a foundation for effective case management, to triage this issue, to bring all the stakeholders together, all the experts into the room, to actually help. I think we can all agree that homelessness is not a compartmentalized issue for just one or a few departments to deal with. It's upon all of us. Words like deal with, case management, the homeless issue, it detracts from the most important aspect, which is the human component. When we work with families and individuals who are without a safe and permanent place to live, it's more than just the tangibles, like providing housing, food, or medical treatment. It's also about the intangibles, the compassion, empathy, and trust. Trust because with those of us who work with emergency response teams, police officers, and shelters, we know that the most important approach to providing help to those who need it actually is building that trust, first and foremost, developing a true meaningful relationship so we can work with them and find out what their concerns and issues and needs truly are. I look forward to working with our partners to develop a more cooperative, coordinated effort to help our neighbors, our veterans, our friends, our brothers and sisters. These are our families. And it's come to the point where we all need to get together to bring these components together in a collaborative front. And I want to thank my colleagues for all the help and effort and recognition and ready to roll their sleeves up and move forward to do that, because right now it is a crisis mode. And we've got to work harder and smarter and think outside the box and bring people together. I also want to recognize Councilmember Paul Krikorian, who in a time of need where in the San Fernando Valley we lost the rescue mission of the valley through a fire. And he stepped up and brought all of us together, a lot of nonprofits, a lot of organizations, a lot of dollars, a lot of different folks that have reached out to help them and expand their programs and services. And because of those efforts and his leadership, we're now opening a new 91-bed facility, the largest in the San Fernando Valley. And I really appreciate all the help and leadership that he's provided in bringing us all together to accomplish that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the last several years, a very broad consensus has emerged, and that is the focus of not just managing homelessness, but housing the homeless. And I want to thank you for producing this report, because I think that it will inform to a greater degree exactly how we get to that point. And I also want to second what Felipe mentioned, and that is, as someone who's been in the trenches, and I do mean literally, visiting homeless encampments and knowing some of our homeless constituents on a first-name basis, from the LA River to the very population you mentioned under, at Alvarado under the 101 freeway, I can testify that between law enforcement and LAHSA and all the various city departments, that there has been a very good cooperation and focus in terms of approaching this issue. But what's been lacking is a central theme and a central focus. And I think your report will really help us get there. And I think that what it calls for is a realignment of resources and objectives. And I think that the proof in the pudding is going to be on the whole tracking of the information of expenditures, which was, as per your report, previously inconsistent or non-existent. So you always have to follow the money and exactly how it's spent and where it goes before you know how you can reallocate the funds to reach the objectives at hand. And I can just testify with real-life experience that we cannot be Pollyanna about this in our approach. The very population that you mentioned at Alvarado, I visited, and a few of them have accepted temporary help, temporary shelter. Every last one of them we offered a place to stay, and they were largely rejected. And then the few that did accept help were right back because they wanted to be there, quite frankly, for a variety of reasons, mental health issues, addiction issues, etc. But they were happy that we completely cleaned the facility that they could come back and be on and exist on, which is, of course, a very social and moral issue that we have to deal with, and in a sensitive manner, in a compassionate manner, not too heavy-handed. So those are some of the elements in approaching this. I don't need to tell anyone in this room that because we've all lived it. But I just want to encourage a real solution with real objectives. You mentioned Rip Van Winkle. I remember in the right around the early 2000s, the aughts, that we're going to end homelessness in 10 years. Well, here we are 13, 14 years later, and the problem's larger than ever before. So let us not tilt at windmills on this. Let us reach real goals that are reachable so that we can truly get out of the business of just managing homelessness and housing the homeless. So I want to thank you again for this report. I'm all in and will do everything I possibly can, including increased production of permanent supportive housing for the homeless, which we're doing across my district. We have to look at it from a personal responsibility as elected officials, but also as a collective responsibility in reaching the objective. So I love the coordinated entry. Now we're moving into a coordinated focus with our county supervisors and enlarging that framework so that we can really end homelessness. So thank you for this report, and I look forward to doing everything I can to work with you and to make this happen. Thank you.
Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, want to just commend the CAO for putting this report together and the cooperative, collaborative spirit with LAHSA, the departments that are represented here today, and, of course, my colleagues Gil and Mike for their ongoing leadership on an issue that really impacts us all over the city. Many of you have heard me talk about the poverty in the 9th District. Well, again, the figures don't lie. The 9th District has the highest concentration of poverty in the city. And anecdotally, we understand that the 2015 homeless count is going to reveal that, again, one of the highest concentrations of poverty in the county are in the 9th District. Along our freeways and in the blighted alleys and trash-strewn alleys, we have hundreds of individuals living under tossed-out lumber, sofa, even toilets, building themselves necessary housing. And it's, too sad. We see these improvised quarters being places for criminal activity, crimes, and it's just a really fires. It's a real threat to homeless individuals and the broader community itself. And again, we just have to do a better job. No individual should be subject to living in those kinds of conditions. And again, to think that children can be exposed and or impacted by that makes it even worse. Clearly, the time for the city to act is now. That's why this report, I think, is important and significant. And as my colleague said, we have no longer coordinated services, but we have focused services now directing on this very important issue. The report reveals, of course, that city departments need to do a better job in talking to each other, working together, collaborating in ways that we haven't. This certainly is reflected, when our district staffs don't have the resources they need to respond or don't have the cooperation they need to really be effective in advocating for the citizens that we're representing. A fractured system where we have no cohesion or unified policy to deal with this issue is never going to get us to desired results. And so, again, that's why this report, I think, is significant and helps us to kind of provide the focus that we need. I'm also concerned that we are balanced and measured in how we invest our funds, making sure that we're spending money for outreach, connecting the vulnerable population with services they need, certainly mental health issues, those wraparound services that are so important in the housing component that we're talking about. So again, I'm happy to support this important re-beginning. Certainly want to indicate the commitment we have in the 9th District working together to solve these issues, because something doesn't just impact one district, one part of the city. It impacts the entire city and the quality of life that we expect for our residents. So thank you.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you very much. Miguel, I just want to say this is probably the most comprehensive approach in dealing with this issue since I've been in the city, and we've dealt with this for decades. In fact, it's one of those things I think I've come to the conclusion at some point in time that whether it's even solvable. I mean, because it's just so many things that are outside the reach of the city, and as people have talked about, the real problems are in other jurisdictions. What we're responsible for are most of the symptoms, but on the other hand, when we make that jump to start recreating issues that other people are responsible, we generally don't have the funds to follow it through. And so that and law and court decisions have made us really ineffective, but we spend a lot of money. The one thing I'd like to add, and I've talked to you earlier, is that we're looking at a lot of things after the fact, and homeless there, how do we fix them, how do we get them housing. But we did a motion a while back, and I think it went through committee around September, to where we're saying, can we get the business community actively involved in this process by hiring veterans that are homeless, that they give them a job and they can get a rebate back on their business tax. But that would be something that kind of puts on the ledger on the other side of the equation. And so Mr. Krikorian had that in his committee and approved it. But if we can find that, and I think start moving it forward, we can begin to get business to start embracing what you're doing. And if you get people employed, then they may not be on the street, they may not be in the alleys, they may not need all of the services that we're providing if they have an income. So I'd ask if you can look at that and see if we can't get that moving, because that's something that addresses the other half of the equation.
And yeah, we looked into it. The directive was given to the Department of Finance, but my office would coordinate with them to report back to you as to the status of that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Weezer?
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank the CAO's office for putting forward an honest document that doesn't sugarcoat the situation we're in, but a realistic assessment of the work that we have before us. And the fact of the matter is that we haven't had much coordination internally or even externally. When we expanded Operation Healthy Streets and we started bringing more social service providers out to the street prior to our cleanings, one of the social service providers told me that in her 30 years of working there, she has never worked with a city in this fashion, or has never been asked to go out in the street in the fashion that we were doing to set up triages to help individuals who need the support right there on the spot. And that said a lot to me. It said a lot to me in terms of how we as a city have been setting policy more as a defense to litigation rather than being proactive in setting our policies and where we want to go and set our goals and objectives. So I think the conversation we've had in the last few months has collectively as a council in closed session in dealing with Jones and Levon has gotten us to a situation we said enough is enough. The crisis that's been before our eyes has expanded beyond areas such as Venice and Skid Row and Hollywood and other places that we've known for homelessness to concentrate. Now it's throughout the city. We can no longer deny this crisis before us. And we are getting to a framework, hopefully, where we do challenge ourselves, not only in terms of what we are or we're not doing, but what are the governance structures we have in place? Are they working? Are they not working? Can we deliver to homelessness in a much better fashion than we have in the past? So anything from working towards what are our long-term policy goals to doing things immediately, such as expanding the CES that's before us today, expanding Operation Healthy Streets, doing simple things like expanding the number of sanitation units that go out and clean up encampments that right now we only have 2 crews that service the whole city. All this, I think, we are at a place now as a city that we're going to talk about at a much higher level than we had in the past. But I think this report, put in writing in a very objective manner, where we are as a city, and hopefully we not only fulfill our end of the bargain, which is primarily clean streets, safe streets, housing, some housing, and work better after we clean up our own house to better coordinate with LAHSA and the county, who have the county who has a majority of the funding that deals with this issue up front, as Mr. Parks noted and Mr. Englander, that we primarily deal with the symptoms. So I'm very happy of the conversations that have been happening so far, and I want to thank our Council President Wesson, who was thinking about putting together a committee, ad hoc committee, to move forward with this. And so I want to thank CAO for the work you've done, and hopefully we have a lot more to dive into, because after all, the report does note that you stopped counting at $100 million. There's more there, and now we have to go back and look at where can we get more funding to support this issue, how do we better make use of the dollars that exist there, and move forward with this. I think is just the beginning of a report that we're going to look at this issue even further in the future. Thank you for your work.
Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had my experience in my days with the LAPD as a senior lead officer. This was one of the quality of life issues that we handled on a daily basis. I was able to form a relationship with Jamala. Jamala suffered from depression and alcoholism, left her 3 daughters. Daughters were in foster care. And unfortunately, during the booking process, this is the relationship that I've built with Jamala. Today, she is sober, she's clean, she's reconnected with her family. Just last week in downtown San Pedro, I met Linda, who came to Los Angeles by way of New Mexico, left her father. Her 3 older daughters, her names are tattooed on her chest, live in Utah, suffers from depression, drug use, makes money by way of prostitution. It seems like for every Jamala, we bring in another Linda. And it's a challenging part of this ongoing issue. So to know for the first time in decades, we are coming together to seek a comprehensive strategy to end homelessness, because you're right, Mr. Fuentes, we can continue to throw resources and money, but our ultimate goal is to end homelessness in the city of Los Angeles. It's enlightening and it's refreshing, as coming from someone who's worked the streets for many, many years and have had frustrations. And even more so now through these encampments that are set up, specifically through Facebook posts, we get alerted on the outrage and the frustration of these encampments, specifically in downtown San Pedro. It's alive and it's well, and it's an issue that we need to continue to focus on. And many of these individuals, they have addiction problems, they have an extensive rap sheet, and ultimately they have mental health issues. We can't do this alone. I've turned to my colleague, the county Supervisor Kanabi. I've funded an additional LAHSA team. LAPD is bringing in a quality of life team. We need the county to step up and help us. I'm asking Mr. Kanabi to fund a mental health street team to go along with our comprehensive approach in dealing with this issue in my district. So, Miguel, to know that you came from the county and you led the homeless outreach effort there. It's also to know that you have that knowledge and the importance of folding in the county resources to this problem. So thank you, Mr. Wesson, for leading or putting together an ad hoc committee on homelessness. And our ultimate goal is, again, to get these folks the help that they need and get them off the streets. Thank you.
Mr. Bonin.
Oh, thank you. I actually just wanted to rise very briefly, because I want to get to the rest of the presentation from everybody else. I did want to note, because I talked about a lot of the good stuff that was happening, the partnership with the county that exists as well. I have been so grateful to Supervisor Sheila Kuehl when she came into office. The first meeting we had was about homelessness, and our offices talk several times a week. And the partnership is there and it's willing. I think our struggle is figuring out through the problems you identified how we can be good partners to the hand that they're putting out. So I just wanted to ask real briefly, because you also looked, you and your staff, at cities that are doing things better than we are. And I wonder if, as we set up the next part of the presentation, if you want to frame that at all by talking about some other cities that do a better job than we are, that might be models for us to follow.
Well, there's a number of cities who've tackled this issue on using the idea that you address homelessness one person at a time and connecting them to the appropriate housing. And so recently there was a story about Salt Lake City, who has done that. New York has developed that model over a period of time. In some ways, because they're a county city and they have such a broad area of responsibility, they are better equipped to manage it than we are. San Francisco has certainly made major strides. Portland and Seattle have. But the concept is as basic as that. And so it's building the affordable housing, wrapping it around with supportive services, identifying the most chronic, the most vulnerable, linking them to those units, making sure that it's not just on an ad hoc basis, but an ongoing basis. And then also balancing that with enforcement, ensuring that the rights of the residents and the businesses that are in the area are also protected. And then what you see in those contexts, and you know, the one area that we weren't able to qualify is in LA Fire Department. You know, the savings start coming as people reduce down. I mean, we know there are a number of homeless individuals on a daily basis that our fire department is responding to and transporting them from where they're at to the emergency room and waiting for them to be seen there. And so other jurisdictions saw savings in that area because to the extent that those individuals are in permanent supportive housing, they're not requiring the same kind of ambulance transport as they currently are.
Thanks. I messed up by not giving equal credit to Supervisor Ridley Thomas, who has been phenomenal since before I took office. He's been there in the southern part of my district doing stuff, all of which I think underscores, from the people seated behind you who are about to speak, to the county supervisors, to folks here, I think we're at a moment in time where all of our attention is focused on this. We at the city have identified where the problem is, and I think we really have a moment to seize to do the right thing and change the dynamic. Thanks.
Mr. Cedillo, to close.
In closing and in transition, let me say thank you, Mr. President, for creating the atmosphere for this discussion. You know, I don't like term limits. I think they're anti-democratic, they're arbitrary. I think they remove institutional memory from the institutions in which people serve. But one silver lining in this moment is that it creates a class of people who are engaged in governance. That's what we do. Us as public servants, we're engaged in governance. And so part of that mobility that gets created because of term limits, as people say, this is what we do, that we run for other offices, is that we get other experiences. And so the president and I met when he was with the County of Los Angeles, and I represented the county workforce. Mr. CAO and I met when he was a new employee at the County of Los Angeles. So many of us have these experiences because of term limits. So it's positioned us, I think, uniquely to address this problem now in a different way than we would have and could have in the past. That the silos are broken down because we have a different disposition towards working with each other. To that end, and let me use this moment to bring up Peter Lynn, who should come up and talk about LAHSA and give his report, which is the other motion.
Thank you. Madam President, City Council members, just to clarify, we're talking about the coordinated entry system now or the LAHSA budget component? There were two items.
They're woven together.
We took all three items together, sir.
Okay, so maybe I'll start, since we've been discussing the coordinated entry system, with that item. And to address that, I'd like to have several other folks to also represent what a collaborative venture this is. So joining me, Christine Marge from the United Way, Carlos Van Adder, who's representing Doug Guthrie from the City Housing Authority, and Rushmore Cervantes of the Los Angeles Housing and Community Investment Department. So I'm Peter Lynn. I'm the Executive Director for the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and address you and to speak to the coordinated entry system and the enormously collaborative strategy that has been put together to address homelessness in this region. It is a regional approach. It is not a City of LA approach. It is not a County of LA approach. It is a continuum-wide regional approach to ending homelessness in Los Angeles. So I'd like to share some of what's been going on there. The work that we're going to talk about has been put together in partnership with multiple city agencies, including obviously HACLA and HCID, LASA, but multiple county agencies, the Departments of Mental Health and Health Services, Department of Public and Social Services, the CEO's office. In addition, our federal partners at HUD, at the VA, at the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, and very importantly, our nonprofit and private sector partners at the United Way and the LA Chamber of Commerce, bringing together an extraordinarily robust public-private partnership at Home for Good. It's been an unprecedented coordination and collaboration. This has resulted in greater federal support. We have won important victories in infusions of federal funding because of the work that we've been able to demonstrate, the success that we've been able to demonstrate to our federal partners. I'd like to speak a little bit to the collaborative forums that are available and are ongoing and up and running in our continuum as well. And an important one is the Home for Good Leadership Council and a number of different groups that are under that umbrella. That is a public-private partnership. It includes multiple county and city public sector agencies. It includes our federal partners, as I said, but very importantly, many private, nonprofit, and funding agencies, as well as strategy and thought leadership agencies, and the Business Leaders Task Force. In addition to that, the city has a homelessness cabinet. Christine represents the Home for Good Collaborative in that structure. It also includes the CAO's office, EDD, many city agencies. The VA is a part of that. It is another collaborative framework where we come together and we strategize on this. The County Homeless Deputies Forum is also is up and running. Each of the supervisors has a homeless deputy. They meet. I am a part of that meeting, as well as the mayor's homelessness policy director. So there are multiple engaged forums where we are discussing strategy and we are moving this work forward. I'd like to provide some context for this issue, which the plan to end homelessness in Los Angeles has to address two distinct populations. Obviously, those who are currently experiencing homelessness are the clear folks we need to address first. But it is very important that we also address those at risk of homelessness, because inflow into homelessness is a significant contribution to the population, and we need to make sure that we have an eye toward that as we move forward. To address the people who are currently experiencing homelessness, living in our streets, living in our shelters, living in vehicles across the continuum, the solution is housing. It is very clear. That's come across from numerous studies. There are many different pointers in that direction. Housing is the answer to this challenge. The plan for housing people who are homeless is our coordinated entry system. That is the regional approach. That is our local plan. It is also the national strategy on addressing homelessness. We all the continuum across the nation have been charged with the mission of building out a coordinated assessment and housing placement system. Ours is called the Coordinated Entry System, and it is actually a national leading model. So that last spring, when HUD and the VA convened cities to address building out this system to end veteran homelessness, they used the Los Angeles model that had been built here as a national model for the top 25 cities in America with the greatest population of homeless veterans. It is already in effect. It's up and running. It is in operation. It has housed thousands of individuals experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles since the beginning of 2014. It also has multiple phases. We have a coordinated assessment and housing placement strategy for homeless families. It presents differently, so there are a different set of partners, there are a different set of funding streams, largely funded through DPSS funding from the county. But we have a system for families. We also have a system that is being developed for youth. We're going to talk today is about the majority of the population are single adults, and that is what the coordinated entry system is to address. Secondly, to end homelessness, it's not enough to house homeless people. We have to prevent people from becoming newly homeless. It is too expensive to wait for people to be homeless and then house them. We need to adopt policies that prevent them from becoming homeless in the first place. Prevention strategies must include strategies to increase wages, living wage strategy, and affordable housing. Those all have to be a component of this. The affordability crisis in Los Angeles is a major contributor into the state of homelessness that we see here. We also have to help people exiting institutional settings to enter into community and to get housing. That includes folks exiting our hospital systems, our prisons, the foster care system, the military. They're all at high risk of homelessness, and we need to address that at root. We also need more accessible mental health services and drug treatment. And just to be clear, prevention is not part of the coordinated entry system. So what we're going to address is the other end, but we need to make sure that on the front end we are capturing folks in those other areas and preventing homelessness from emerging. Prevention requires its own set of strategies, including affordable housing and preserving and expanding that. So third, we just want to highlight a key finding of the CAS report, which is that the city is currently spending millions of dollars in non-homelessness program funding in ways that impact homelessness without solving it, which is different from the city's homelessness funding that is used to be housing homeless people through the coordinated entry system. Between LAHSA, HACLA, HCID, the city of Los Angeles spends more than $150 million a year housing homeless people. That is outside our homelessness system. There are city agencies that obviously provide general city services but do not work directly on homelessness, that are spending significant time and resources managing the problems that emanate from homelessness, but is not sufficiently coordinated with CES. We should consider how we can more effectively integrate those general city departments within CES to house homeless people. Homelessness is very expensive for the city. Resolving homelessness is much more cost effective. So Christine is going to talk through the mechanics of the coordinated entry system and how it works, the philosophy of it. I'd like to just introduce one of the key components of it is a general homelessness resolution strategy, which is housing first. It is a proven approach. It is a best practice, evidence-based practice, a national model for addressing homelessness. It is where people are presented with housing and supportive services, but the housing component is the driving factor. People do not need to wait to be housed. We want to get people housed and give them services as they go through. We need to, so the city has already moved forward using Housing First, been doing so for several years. Both of our partners here at HACLA and HCID directing those resources through the housing inventories that they control. I also want to ensure that we are building these as policies into the work that LAHSA does, into the work that these other agencies have. So we are working in a coordinated fashion to ensure that policies are connected and there is a strategic approach to ending homelessness. So Christine, could you walk us through the coordinated entry system?
Sure. Good morning, members of council. Thank you for having us here this morning. My name is Christine Margiotta, and I'm the Vice President of Community Impact at United Way of Greater Los Angeles. And just by way of context, as Peter mentioned, just over 4 years ago, we launched a community-wide effort to end homelessness here in Los Angeles called Home for Good. It was initiated through a partnership of United Way and the Chamber of Commerce, but importantly, the vision was to bring together the business community, the public sector, including cities across the region, the county, the VA, LAHSA, other public sector partners, philanthropy, and the nonprofit community, all to the table around real solutions to homelessness. And I've been so heartened this morning to hear each of your comments and your passion for making that shift from managing homelessness to truly ending it. So we share with you that vision and that commitment. Our goals when we launched just over 4 years ago were to end veteran homelessness by the end of 2015. We are now in 2015, so that goal is 8.5 months away, and we remain as committed as ever to reaching that goal. Our goals are also to end chronic homelessness by the end of next year, and ultimately to end all homelessness in Los Angeles County. We have over 200 cross-sector partners working together to do this and to bring to bear both the system and a functional system to end homelessness, as well as the resources to plug into that system to really make it work. Just to put this in perspective, as Peter was talking about prevention, it really struck me, as we look at what does it take to end homelessness, we realize that the numbers that we're dealing with are not static. The people who are on the streets, and many of you commented on this as well, every day we're seeing people become homeless. What hits home for me is 2 years ago, the 2013 homeless count, there were 2,500 veterans in the city of Los Angeles. Since then, just in the last 2 years, the community across the city has housed 4,700 veterans. You would think that's impossible since we started at 2,500, but we have housed nearly twice over the number of veterans who were on the streets 2 years ago. So what that shows us is that prevention is critical. We are seeing veterans and people throughout the region become homeless every day. One of the major things we noted when we launched Home for Good is that we had strong programs that existed all throughout the county. There were great efforts by nonprofits, by government systems and departments all across the region. But what we had were individual programs that were doing good work in communities. So an individual nonprofit could meet their mission by housing 100 people who were homeless in their community, and they were successful at the end of the day. What was happening, though, is that out on the streets we had a dynamic where it was truly survival of the fittest. So for those individuals who were able to wait in line or to find a tenacious case manager to fight for them to get into housing, they were able to do so. But for many of them, they tried many times and gave up out of frustration, or they weren't able to ever find that advocate to fight for them. So thousands of people were being housed, but there were thousands of others who were left out on the streets, truly who were forgotten by our systems. And truly by no fault of any individual program or system, there was just no comprehensive way to ensure that we knew every single person out there. So out of that grew the coordinated entry system that Peter referenced. So just over 2 years ago, we as a community all came together and said, this is the dynamic we're seeing. What can we do to create that comprehensive approach? And what we saw, there was a federal mandate from HUD to create a coordinated entry system, but we also very much felt the need for that here on the ground. So what we did together with the partners at this table and hundreds of nonprofits throughout the region was to build a coordinated entry system in a way that I believe is unique to the way any other community across the country has done so. So we've built a system from the ground up, informed by the outreach workers who are doing the work on the front lines, starting in Skid Row and now scaling across the county. So briefly, there are a few components to this system. The first is the outreach and navigation component, where we're ensuring that there are outreach teams in every corner of the county who are using the common assessment tool that was referenced earlier, so that we have a clear understanding of who's homeless and what their needs are. The second piece is interim housing, which is critical, that people have a place to stay while they're waiting for a housing unit to become available. And the third piece is that permanent housing and supportive services that we need. What coordinated entry does is it understands comprehensively everyone who's homeless on the streets, and it matches them to the right fit housing. It uses now the homeless management information system out of LAHSA, the HMIS system, to truly make those matches to the right housing, so the right person moves into the right housing unit and no one on the streets is lost or forgotten. So now to do this, we have that infrastructure, we have the system. Now we need to ensure that the resources are plugged into that. So I know our partners at HACLA and HSID will speak to the housing resources. As was referenced earlier, our county partners come to the table with services in that housing. Critical components to that, though, are the outreach and interim housing that I know are before you through the LAHSA budget. We do need significantly increased and more robust outreach to ensure we cover every corner of the city. We do also need those interim beds to make sure that people have a place to stay while they're waiting for housing. The last thing I'll reference is just connected to the CAO's report regarding the spending in the city. I think importantly what it highlights are for departments like LAPD and sanitation, there's a critical connection that can happen with CES. They are the first responders often to people who are in crisis, and now we have a system for them to plug into. So making those critical links between LAPD and sanitation when they're intervening to their local coordinated entry team will go a long way as you explore how to direct those efforts and the tremendous investment that you're making through those city resources. So with that, I will hand it to Carlos Van Natter from HACLA to talk about their resources invested in this system.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, council members. I am the new director of Section 8 at the Housing Authority, City of Los Angeles, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the resources that we've made available in this effort. HACLA has dedicated over $115 million annually in housing resources for homeless people. Those are being allocated now via CES, the Coordinated Entry System. We are recognized as a national leader in this effort to address homelessness, and we've dedicated over 25% of our resources towards homelessness. Over 16,000 units have been committed to homeless in a variety of programs. We have 7 different permanent supportive housing programs now that assist the homeless. And our newest one just started this year, and we're starting to receive referrals for our Homeless Veterans Initiative, which is a program that will serve veterans who are not VA healthcare eligible. We have committed 500 vouchers for that effort. We also received a new allocation of HUD-VASH vouchers of 490 this year, so our total in that program is over 3,700 units. And we also received a new allocation of Shelter Plus Care certificates this year that totals almost 750 units. So we have been successful in utilizing our allocations. We're always looking to apply for and receive more because the need is so great. As Christine had said, HUD has mandated that all housing authorities nationwide use a coordinated assessment system, and CES is the system in Los Angeles that we're using. We're very much seen at the cutting edge of using CES by HUD. And as was mentioned earlier, too, we have been working in coordination with the county, LA County Department of Mental Health and LA County Department of Health Services in our supportive housing programs. They provide the supportive service to the clients, the homeless, and we provide the operating subsidy. We also partner with HCID in the development of permanent supportive housing. They provide the capital to build the new structures or rehabilitate the old ones, and we provide the operating subsidy to the tenants. We have been committing over 300 units a year in that effort through our project-based voucher program and our coordinated electronic application for developers through HCID. So with that, that's a perfect segue to transition over to Rushmar Cervantes, General Manager of HCID.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and good afternoon, council members. I'll keep my comments brief. I think everything's pretty much been said at this point. As you can tell, there's a lot of collaboration that takes place. Obviously, we can always improve on our coordination, looking at policies to enhance our leveraging, and the department, along with our partners here to my left, look forward to engaging the ad hoc committee as we can move this agenda forward to end veteran homeless as well as chronic homelessness in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a couple questions. One is, how focused is this group on one of the city's practices, which I believe still continues, of identifying historically non-permitted units and identifying them and vacating them and evicting tenants? I believe it's usually around 1,000 units that are removed from circulation each year. So at what would be a cost of a huge amount to replace them, we're losing some of the most affordable housing, and certainly most of the affordable housing in some of the more affluent areas are these hidden bootlegged units, some of which have existed for 30 years, 40 years without any harm. Yet we, I believe, are still continuing to identify them and vacate them. Are the folks working on homeless and affordable housing aware of this issue? And if, as I believe it hasn't, that the city still continues this practice, can you help us make the change to what Santa Monica and others have done, which is create a moratorium and a process for legalizing those historic units?
Well, Councilman, as it relates to historic units, I can speak to both the matter of multifamily units that are taken off the housing market altogether, which is there's a provision in the state called Ellising or Ellis Act that enables property owners to remove their properties from the rental housing market.
This is the opposite. These are property owners and tenants that agree they want to keep those properties being rented and on the market, and the city that is identifying them and vacating them, permanently vacating them.
Not aware of that. We can look into that and report back to you, Councilman.
Yeah, it's a process we've tried. Some of us have tried to change. I don't think we've had any movement in it, and so I was hoping that all of you would become aware of this and help to be advocates for us to stop what I think is really a terrible and costly process and create some homeless people every year.
We can add that to the list of things to discuss at the ad hoc committee and report that back as an overall report.
And the other thing I wanted to see if we're looking at all, but I know there's low-income housing that is established for a period of years, and then those years run out, and then the people are just out of luck. Have we looked at that issue, and are we looking at better ways to address that as well?
That is one of the major issues we are dealing with in the city of Los Angeles, as not only the federally assisted covenants are expiring, as well as the former redevelopment agency covenants are expiring. And we try to negotiate with those property owners in a non-financial way to be able to extend the covenants. And in certain instances, we're able to extend the covenants through bond refinancing of those developments. There's not sufficient funds, unfortunately, to be able to save all those units, but this is a major concern of the department as we look towards trying to preserve these units, because it's obviously cheaper to preserve the units than it is to build new, and that's an ongoing concern. And we're working with the Housing Committee, the chair, to look at ways to be able to, and the mayor's office, to be able to figure out ways to set aside resources specifically for that and come back with strategies to be able to address that and look at price points to see where it makes sense to purchase those units and extend those covenants versus buying new.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Bonin, and after Mr. Bonin, Mr. Cedillo for closing.
Thank you. As you know, I'm a big fan and advocate of the coordinated entry system. I remember before it existed, and we're much better for the fact that it does exist. But even if we were to marshal all 100 million of the resources that Mr. Santana talked about earlier, our supply would still not meet our demand. So I have a couple of questions that speak about the problem that we have a greater demand than we have a supply. Under the CES system, we're essentially going to be pooling our vouchers and giving them to the most in need or the most vulnerable, the highest priority. I know there have been talks. How are they going on whether or not we are going to be able to use vouchers within the individual service provider area as opposed to countywide?
Yes, we requested a waiver of HUD to see if we can use the SPA designations as a sub-jurisdiction to our area. We've gotten approval to do that for our project-based voucher program, and we're looking to expand it to our other permanent supportive housing programs as well.
Okay, that's good. One of the other areas where the supply and demand thing becomes a problem is when we have large numbers of people coming to Los Angeles who are homeless. I talk to people who are living on the streets in my district almost every day, and over 50% of the people I talk to are from not out of the West Side, not out of Los Angeles, but from out of California. And that's a phenomenon that has changed in the past few years. So when we talk about all the wonderful things that are happening, I've got PATH and St. Joseph Center and VCHC and a range of agencies that are literally housing hundreds of people every year. But the problem looks and is getting worse in Venice. There are more people on the streets we will see in our homeless count than there were 2 years ago. What can we do if we're bringing all of these resources together to make sure that we're providing the resources to people who became homeless here or in this region, and not to be a magnet for services from Ohio and Oregon and Georgia, to name 3 states of people that I spoke to in the past week?
It's an excellent question. People come to Los Angeles for the same reasons when they're in fragile housing situations as they do when they're not. It is an attractive place to come. But I really appreciate that this is a great concern to the region. We've got a data inflow mechanism now. We have a way of measuring that inflow in ways that we have not had in the past. So we can capture that information in a systematic way, and we can use that to better address those kinds of, the inflow from out of region. What we find when we look at across the entire region, and there are specific areas where that may be different, but where we look across the region, most folks are homeless where they had a residence. We see that when they ask for an opportunity to get housed, they ask for an opportunity to be housed where they are currently homeless. So, there is a connection to community when people are housed and a connection to community when they're homeless as well.
Dramatically different in my district. I know it's a hard question to answer on the spot, so we can do it through the ad hoc and all that. My last question, though, is, again, on the supply and demand issue. A few years ago, before Housing First, we were warehousing people in shelters and we were letting them sleep anywhere. Now, with Housing First in place, we're prioritizing our resources to get people into housing. With the Jones settlement in Los Angeles, we're effectively consigning those who are not part of the supply to the streets. They sleep on our sidewalks, they sleep under our bridges, they sleep in our encampments, they sleep in our residential neighborhoods. That's not an acceptable solution. What can we do as a Goldilocks approach between doing Housing First as housing only and leaving people on the sidewalks when we have a lack of housing? What's the intermediary? What's the triage? What else can we be doing?
Well, Councilman, right now we're still under the Jones settlement. There's a moratorium for police officers sweeping the sidewalks of homeless individuals from 9 p.m. to 6 in the morning.
But how do we prevent that from being the situation we have to face?
Well, I understand. I was just framing the responses. I'm trying to think of a concise response to your question, and it's a challenging one because at some point we're going to get to the point where there is not that moratorium in place. And I know that this has been a concern for the mayor's office and the housing committee as we come up to look for a bridge or some other solution post-Jones, because it'll go from night to black, night to day very quickly in a matter of, instantaneously when we have that settlement in place. So we don't have an answer yet. That's a serious series of policy discussions we need to have, and one or more programs we need to have in place to be able to address that. So I would suggest that be part of potentially the ad hoc report back, but it's a serious issue.
I would just add one piece on the supply and demand, 'cause that is absolutely the dynamic we see. So one, I would say the intent of coordinated entry is that we address supply and demand in a more strategic and thoughtful way, that the most expensive interventions are matched to the people who have the deepest need. So that's one piece that's new in the last couple years that I think we will start to see a shift in the demand because of that, because many people, a significant part of the population does self-resolve their homelessness. There are people for whom they're homeless for a day or a couple weeks and they reunite with family and friends. They connect with someone else in their community. But we want to ensure that the people who are out there with the deepest needs are prioritized to the deepest supports. The second thing I would say, you mentioned resources being pooled across the county. One thing I do want to clarify is that for city resources, they do stay in the city. So they are pooled across the city at this point, which I know is still a very large region, but I just want to say that the city resources aren't utilized across the county in the case of a voucher through HACLA. And the third piece I would say is there is certainly a need for interim housing, to your point about people being out on the streets. I know there's a request through LAHSA and through other means to increase interim housing. That is definitely a need. I think the shift we want to see now is, in past years, emergency shelter, transitional housing was sometimes in isolation of real permanent solutions. We want to make sure it's plugged into the coordinated process to now move them into housing, but there's definitely a need for more interim housing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cedillo, close on all three items, please.
On all three items, Mr. President, thank you for the time allotted to address this most vexing problem for the City of Los Angeles. I thank the Mayor for his leadership on this matter, his consideration, his commitment of city resources to address this. And Mr. Santana, Mr. Santana, I thank you for your years of leadership and commitment to this. I believe collaboratively we can do this. It will require all of us to put our silos down and to open our minds, our hearts, and our vision for a city that ends homelessness. Members, I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. I see no more speakers on the queue. Mr. Clerk, we're prepared to vote on all three items, 30, 31, and 32. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, we're prepared to go into closed session. Sergeants, please prepare the chamber. Item 46 in closed
Madam
session.
President,
Mr. Herman, you're
he is
disrupting
disrupting the
the
meeting.
meeting. We're going into closed session, sir.
And And council members, there was a document distributed, 46A, that is a confidential document.
Okay, we're back in open session. Mr. Clerk, we're going to recess the regular meeting and go into our special meeting now for item 47.
Very good, Madam President. Blumenfield, Bonabusca, Cedillo, England, Fuentes, Fuzar, Carrasco, Corin, LaBonge, Martinez, O'Farrell, Parks, Price, Wesson. 12 members present. Madam President, that brings us to item 47. It's an item for which a public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Without objection.
Very good. That matter is now before you. We do have cards on.
Mr. Walsh? Item 46, sir. I'm sorry, 47, sir. 47.
Just for the record, this meeting was supposed to start at 10:15. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you're giving me 1 minute. Are any children here? No? You're a bunch of assholes. Item 1, I mean, it was the most pointless meeting I've ever been at. Item 1, this concerns public maps, bonds agreements. I would like you here to take the public maps. Hey, Mr. Weezer, you're awake now. You slept during the homeless thing. Fold it two ways,
Mr.
then
Walsh,
4
I'm going to
ways,
ask you
then
to stay
8
on the
ways,
item, sir.
and shove it up your ass.
Next speaker, Mr. Herman.
Be interrupted by the city attorney there, but you're aware that final maps in various council districts in which you did not allow me to speak on agenda item number 38, also on agenda 31.
He is off subject, Madam President.
Adoption of city engineer reports detailed a vicious cycle by council files to disrupt the city's systematic code, which means, how dare you receive donations by developers when conducting maps, changes, and plans. You are the most offensive bullshit council to not allow public comment for 2 minutes to be heard.
He is not talking about this item.
You are off the subject, Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, you're off the subject. Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Leah Renee.
My name is Leah Renee, and I'm very disappointed in my government. Dear Mayor Garcetti, I'm denied on a regular basis my constitutional right to due process and speak in front of this council. This is the 8th time that I've been asked to speak and I've been denied. I'm up here today as a representative of the public interest. The city's acceptance of HUD money makes this council subject to the Federal False Claims Act.
She is not talking about item 47.
Code Section 3.3, I'm requesting a full investigation into the duplicitous or disingenuous statements and actions made by the City Council
Madam
members.
President, she is not talking about 47. Those comments are better reserved for general public comment.
Ma'am, please stay on the subject.
The maps that you have, there's a systemic problem. Your Bureau of Engineering, your City Council, and the Department of Building and Safety are changing map lines. You have records on the city planning. I've brought this to Mike Bonin's attention on multiple times. They've changed the boundaries. That's a false federal crime.
Next speaker, Ismael Rosales.
My name is Ismael Rosales, and I was going to speak on another topic, but I'm flexible. the maps. In my district, Council District, Krikorian's district, Shady Glade in particular, we have a unique opportunity. A developer has come in and put...
Sir, this is related to item 47.
Right, I'm getting it. I'm getting to it. It's about sanitation, perhaps, of city...
No, this is not about sanitation, sir. This is about a final map in Council District 5.
By the engineer, something about the... I'm kind of late to the agenda
No, sir,
item.
you need to stick to the item. Item 47 is what we're on.
Well, let me just, in general, talk about the way my district is being remapped, perhaps. We are inviting commercial facilities in the district, and I guess the
Sir,
maps...
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. You're not on the item. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Wayne.
Maps. Well, CD5 has now christened another map for what? Overdevelopment. Give overdevelopment a hand. Quimby fees that are going to be wasted for nothing. Give those a hand as well. Tearing up CD5 of traditional housing to create this real estate bubble. And nobody here gives a crap. They violate the Brown Act and abuse the speakers about maps. Let's talk about the map of Armenia and how it relates to
He is
CD5.
not talking about this item.
The maps. Maps. It's about the map.
Madam President, he's not talking about this final map on this item.
Mr. Wayne, you're not on the subject. Thank you
On
very
the
much.
maps. The maps.
See no more cards, Mr. Clerk. We're prepared to vote on this item. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And can we send that forthwith?
Yes, Madam President. Do you wish to adjourn the special meeting and return to the regular?
Yes, let's adjourn the special meeting and return to our regular meeting.
Very good. That brings council back to general public comment. Madam President, item 40, called special for cards.
First speaker, Sean. I don't see him. John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, tweeting at Jay Walsh Confidential. This is item 40. This concerns the City Transportation Grant Project, $300,000, fringe benefits authorized. Now, I would have a lot of questions to ask about this, but you just already spent 2 hours droning on the homeless with making no decision at all. So I'm going to just, again, fold it 4 ways, and you know where to stuff it. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Next speaker, Mr. Herman.
Now, Madam Speaker, am I talking about Mr. Price and Mr. Busquiano, who stepped off for his lunch?
Mr. Herman, you're on
it's
item
simply
40.
the point here of city transportation regarding the 2 o'clock meeting today on transportation. So, to transfer the appropriate $300,000 from the Bureau of Engineering Service account to, as follows, $210,000 to a different account, hiring hall construction of $90,000 to the account number 001211, hiring hall, administered to the Department of General Services. How many times do you continue with the city attorney to disrupt the ordinance to protect the citizens of Los Angeles from the abuse, the fraud, and waste brought by Krikorian,
You are
who made
not
up all
on the
these
subject,
lies?
Mr. Herman. You got to get back on item 40, please.
So, again, item number 40, 14/0499 S1 for the record, S1 meaning sucker 1, like you bunch of suckers under the Grant Project Active Transportation Program, ATP Cycle 1 Project Grant Fund. So all of you already heard that Christine Margiotta, the Vice President under United Way, has no transportation, feasible fees for us to accommodate for the recommendations for a motion to amend us a grant for not just housing, but maybe an issue under city transportation to get from our homes. How about that? You mean to tell me that
Madam
we
President,
cannot
he is
provide
completely being
the
nonsensical.
Bureau of Engineering to make technical corrections and
He's just stringing words together right now.
Mr. Herman, you're done. Mr. Herman, you are done. You're not sticking to the item. Next speaker, Wayne Spindler. Mr. Herman, I'm going to ask you one more time. Please sit down.
Yes, thank you for the ability to steal money from one fund and give it to another fund for the hiring hall. Yes, we need this because this is the most important thing we've done all day today for the past 4 hours today is to transfer money from one account to the other account to do exactly the same thing that we were going to do before. As I said in my meeting today with the great Kevin James, who is now as corrupt as you are, at the Bureau of Services and Engineering, you are not giving this to the city controller. You are meddling with accounts, and you are not conducting this pursuant to the charter to give it to the city controller to find out why one account is not sufficient to cover the checks on an account on another project and why you're diverting funds from another account that is purposed under federal and state law and using it for something else that it may not be authorized for. The legality of it is insufficient. Ron Galperin wants to know, what are you doing with our money? He's the only one of the 15 councilmen and the mayor and the city attorney.
You are not on the subject. Stick to item 40, sir. If not, I'm going to call the next speaker.
You don't have the ability to understand that I am completely on the subject because it's over your head. It deals with economics.
Sir, you are done. Sir, thank you very much. Next speaker, Ismael Rosales.
I came to the board just to talk about Earth Day. I thought today was...
no, sir, you filled out a card for item 40. That's what you need to speak on.
I'll get to that, I guess, in the general comments. This one is to transfer $300,000 from the Bureau of Engineering Services account in the Transportation Grant Funding to 66-94 to the General Service Fund as follows, okay? $210,000 to account number 001001, hiring hall construction, and $90,000 to account number 001121, hiring hall fringe benefits, in order to allow the Bureau of Engineering to utilize hiring hall survey support staff administering by the Department of General Services to complete the survey work required on these ATP projects. Authorize the Bureau of Engineering to make any technical corrections or clarifications to the above fund transfer instructions in order to effectuate the intent of this motion, including any corrections and changes to fund or account numbers. Thank you.
That concludes our speaker cards for item 40. Mr. Clerk, can we be prepared to vote on item 40? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Madam President, before moving on to general public comment, would you like to send all matters forthwith today?
Yes, please. And now let's go to general public comment. Jose Martinez. He's not here. TJ Michaels.
Thank you. My name is TJ Michaels. I'm on day 7, and I haven't had a drop of food because I'm trying to get your attention. I'm a little emotional. Yesterday, you guys were pretty dismissive to us and looking down at your phone, so I'm glad that you're looking at me now. Councilmember Blumenfield, yes, earlier today you said you think art is a way to express and speak truth to power, and so is direct action, and that's what we're trying to do is get your attention, because we can study this to death. You know, the policy debates, carve-outs, nonprofits. We've got nonprofit leaders doing this with us. We're going to generate $5.9 billion for our economy, and we've got 48% of Angelenos earning less than 15. So I'm really hoping that you will come down and visit us and see why we're doing this. I grew up in this city. I don't want you guys to do a little bit better. You want to solve your homeless problem? We've got to be great. We've got to not have this conversation 5 years from now. I want to thank Councilmember Price. You came down yesterday and looked us in the eye, and you said, I'm proud of your leadership, and I want to come back here and look you all in the eye and say, I'm proud of your leadership so we can raise the wage to 15.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rizar, for coming down earlier today.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Henry Marin.
Yes, as you know, temporary MOUs account for our Davis-Bacon pigs and hogs. In other words, the principal initially given shelter for each hour of government service in lieu of the prevailing sum due. In addition, Hackland COLA pay statements reveal COLA Construction Fund administrators defer 10% of each craftsman's take-home pay bi-weekly. Consequently, COLA craftsmen must be provided more benefits than Hackland craftsmen. Yet it appears these tax-sheltered public employee funds will remain commingled in various union trust accounts and various city accounts until we get honorable people serving as public and union fund administrators. It is easy to figure out what our chosen people did wrong. Just subtract the MOU-defined sums each took tax-free bi-weekly or monthly and failed to legally account for or return with interest heretofore. So, when are y'all going to become honorable people instead of niggardly people?
Next speaker, Alvy Von Hurd. Alvy Von Hurd, not here. Next speaker, Kelly Keller. Kelly Keller, not here. Ismael Rosales.
Hi, my name is Ismael Rosales. I'm a residential building scientist in North Hollywood, California, particular Shady Glade. I'm taking off the, this time you can hear me, so I don't need this. This is for my hearing loss. Single-sided, it's very, very peculiar kind of loss. You can't focus your sound anymore. But I just want to share with an Earth Day message. Today's Earth Day, 45 years ago today, in fact. But let's address the new Earth Day, which is we're out of water. How are we going to do this? Well, how about we turn Shady Glade into a commercial generating station? The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power agrees with me. It says cover every house with solar panels, and we could now generate electricity as on the commercial rate, which is somewhere around 90 cents a kilowatt hour, and then we could buy it back from them for the going rate, maybe 12, 15 cents. So it's an exciting time where Shady Glade becomes a generating facility. I hope you're supporting this an Earth Day event. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sean. Sean's not here. Eric Previn. Not here either. Leah Renee. Leah Renee.
Hi, my name is Leah Renee, property owner. Dear Mayor Garcetti, pursuant to Code 3.3, I implore you to fix immediately the disingenuous or duplicitous actions of the city's officers, employees. The LADBS, its inspectors, General Manager Mr. Chan and Councilmember Bonin are helping the owner-builder of 283 Trina Way to circumvent city ordinances and state laws by practicing the same misconduct found in Horowitz versus the City of Los Angeles. It's all outlined in a letter that Mr. McPherson gave to Mr. Chan and the Coastal Commission and said that the City of Los Angeles approved the project. There is no approval to this project as there's no coastal development permit. The applicant's letter, Mr. Trino, 283 Trino, is written in full, minus his signature page, and I've rebutted in black. I will post it online. It's all in your system online. If there's any error to what I've said, please tell me and I'll correct it. Otherwise, we'll know that this stands in full and these are all the violations. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, John Walsh.
John Walsh at HollywoodHighlands.org. Mr. Englander has announced that he's running for supervisor, and I've announced the formation of the vote anybody but Englander. Remember, he is a Republican in sheep's clothing. Vote David Rue, RYU, for Council Manic District coming up in a few weeks next month. Now I'm going to say something that you're doing good. When you do something good, I say it. You turned off all the fountains in the city. The county, under the Republican Mayor Antonovich, every single fountain in the county of Los Angeles is wasting water. See it on my website. Why? Because they're Republicans and they don't even believe in the drought. You are Democrats, except for Englander, and you are conserving water by turning off all the fountains. But the little scumbags in the press get down on their knees and suck Antonovich's cock.
Next speaker, Wayne Spindler. Next speaker, Wayne Spindler.
Tonight, 7:30, join the Encino Neighborhood Council. We have a special visitor, the city attorney, Mike Feuer. Let's ask Mike Feuer a good question at that meeting. Why does the council keep violating the Brown Act? Why? Why do you keep doing this? Why do you take cards on items, blither and blather for 3.5 hours, and then say, we already had public hearing on it? Why, when I was walking out of this meeting, was I defamed by this moron over here, Paul Krikorian, and not allowed to rebut? That's called defamation. He's a public figure. I'm not. He's placing me in a false light, and I was not given an opportunity to rebut what he was saying. But what he is what I will never be. It's something that comes out of my butt every night when I take a number 2. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, whenever you're ready.
Well, Madam Speaker, as you may all know, that today is a very good day because we heard that Congressman Tony Cardenas has failed by his campaign fraud, grand jury subpoena, almost like Jose Huizar. And then we have the fully utilized Constitution to acknowledge in yields of the Union, and I reserve that acronym as this. This is what it means, F-U. It's an acronym. And then again, I point out to all of you, how dare the FBI not investigate Mr. Big Ears Englander in his conflict of interest, running for a county supervisor? What a little dwarf. Why don't he get up on a bench and beg for his county supervisor seat? And then again, let's not be disrupted by the city attorney. Your job is simply to do and fulfill the ordinance and follow municipal code. Don't be a jerk.
This concludes public comment.
Madam President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Members, any announcements? Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an announcement that T Committee, Transportation Committee, which was scheduled for 2, will start at 2:30.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Huizar?
Happy Earth Day.
Anyone else? Mr. Cedillo?
The committee will be in 30 minutes at the close, subsequent to the close of this meeting.
Anyone else?
She was serious.
Any adjournments, members? my left? Anyone? To my right? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.